Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are tracking Hurricane Helene as she makes a landfall here in the Big Bend region of Florida. I'm student meteorologist Ryan Seegren here along with you. We're going to get through this night together. It's going to be a long night. We're going to hear a lot of noises we're uncomfortable hearing, but together we're going to get through this here on FSU weather. So let's take a look at Helene and where it's at right now. Taking a look at the storm, 130 mile per hour winds with its latest advisory. We've got pressure down to 942 millibars. So as pressure decreases, our wind speeds are going to increase. Movements north-northeast at about 23 miles per hour. So this storm is moving along. And we've also got this area here. This is what we thought earlier would be like a little wobble or fake movement within the system. Turns out that's kind of where it's developing, the eye. So I think the cone is going to shift a little further east. But at this point, the cone doesn't really matter. We're talking more impacts, right? So we know that this storm is going to make landfall somewhere within the Big Bend region here, and is already bringing plenty of impacts to a lot of Florida. Most of Florida is dealing with this, as we've had 500,000 people without power throughout the peninsula of Florida, and this storm hasn't even made landfall in the Panhandle yet. So this is going to be a massive power restoration operation on top of cleanup and recovery here in the Big Bend. So let's take a look now at a couple of cameras we've got around there, or actually let's take a look at current wind speeds here across the state of Florida. So Fort Myers, their station actually dropped out. We've got Tampa at 28 miles per hour, Orlando seeing 35. Tallahassee, we've been sitting around the 15 mile per hour mark all day, but those wind speeds are going to increase as we go through the afternoon. Taking a look outside right now, Ocklawackee, can't see a lot. You know, we've kind of been keeping an eye on the cameras throughout the day today. Unfortunately, there's not a lot to see. We've got Wakulla High School as well. Just trying to keep track of this storm system as it works its way in. Alligator Point, not a lot to see, unfortunately, on our cameras. But with that said, we do have radar to where we can kind of get an idea of what's going on outside. So this is a current look at our local radar here in Tallahassee. So we're right about where the spinning ball is. That's the radar, and then you can just see how much rain is just pushing its way through. It's been raining all day, and it's not going to stop anytime soon. So flooding is a major concern of ours as we go through the next couple of hours. Let's put the radar into motion. You can really see the motion. It's moving quick. These showers are just kind of coming through very quickly, but we've got plenty of showers and storms working their way through Perry, Tallahassee, Carabel, Port St. Joe. And then let's take a look at some of the wind speeds here within it, and we can see we've got a lot of bright colors. So essentially this is taking the wind speed, the direction and speed of rain droplets, and plotting it out for us. And so taking a look at some of the areas around here, we've got wind speeds off of radar estimates, 51 miles per hour, over near Perry, 69 miles per hour. So this might not be exactly what's on the surface. This is going to be a little bit above the earth. But we do have some significant wind speed working its way through the Big Bend region of Florida. Taking a look at our normal radar view, just the rainfall, and we can go down the state and take a look at, you know, what's going on beyond the Tallahassee region here. As we head down I-75 towards Tampa, you can see there, that's where the center of Helene is going to be. So just a couple hundred miles off the shore of Cedar Key is where, or about 56 miles, I should say, off the coast of Cedar Key is where the eye is. So the storm is definitely starting to make its way closer and closer towards the Big Bend of Florida. We think it's going to be a little further east where the eye wall makes impacts, but of course any wobble can happen. This storm, it doesn't really matter what the landfall point is going to be, or a category for that matter. It matters what the impacts are going to be to you and your family, and we're here to keep you safe. We're going to be here with you throughout the night. As long as we have power, we'll be here. We'll even be here after we lose power, still trying to send out tweets and information that you guys need to keep you and your family safe. That's our #1 goal here at FSU Weather, is to keep you and your family safe and well informed of the weather that's occurring outside. It's going to get scary tonight. There's no sugarcoating it. There's no easy way to say it, but we're going to get through this together. We're here in Tallahassee with you. You know, when people were evacuating, we made the decision to stay here because we wanted to keep you and your family safe, and that's our #1 goal. So again, it's going to be loud and scary. This eye wall, this is what's kind of going to be working its way through Tallahassee here if it stays on current course. But we're going to be in this together, right? when you lose power, we'll probably lose power. When it gets loud and scary, it'll get loud and scary here. And so we're going to be here throughout the storm to keep you and your family safe. Take a look at some wind speeds within the system. I'm going to scroll down just a little bit so we can get into the Tampa radar coverage just a little bit closer. And then let's get some numbers up here. This is kind of shooting at quite the distance, so it might not be too accurate, but 26 miles per hour, heading over towards Cedar Key a little more, 111. So you can see what the difference in speed is. We've got one, this is 26 miles per hour. The other one closer to Cedar Key is 111. So I want to keep in mind with this, so again, this is a radar estimate. This is not exactly what's hitting the ground, but nonetheless, a lot of us here in the Big Bend could see winds exceed 100 miles per hour. A lot of us could see winds exceed 120 miles per hour. The storm is a Category 4 hurricane, and within the eye wall is producing winds of 140 miles per hour, right? So the idea is we're here to keep you safe. Let's take a look at the cone. It doesn't really matter at this point because we know what the impacts are going to be. But let's take a look at it and see. So again, Tallahassee's here, 105 miles per hour by Friday around 8 a.m. So that's where it's going to be working its way into southern Georgia. So this is going to be something that, even though it's moving quick, is going to be with us for a little bit here. Category 4 hurricane, it doesn't matter the intensity. It matters what the impact is going to be. So let's take a look outside at some of our wind speeds around the area. We've got areas set up. We've got 23 miles per hour in Perry, 15 miles per hour right now in Tallahassee, 10 in Valdosta, 15 in Lake City, and 21 miles per hour in Jacksonville. So keep in mind that this storm has been working its way up the state all day and has just brought impact. So even though it's 15 miles per hour right now in Tallahassee, that is likely to change. We've also got 29 miles per hour in Apalachicola. So these wind speeds are going to increase. So you can see just offshore, that's where the strongest winds are, the pinks. Those are going to be making their way onshore here within the next probably hour or so. So again, the wind's going to pick up, the rain's going to pick up. It'll get louder in the next hour, but we're going to be here keeping you and your family informed and safe. Again, just trying to take a look around and see what's going on outside. Pinellas County residents down near Tampa, you guys should shelter in place as it is unsafe to be out. Trying to see what else is going on. Winds 50 to 70 miles per hour being reported along the coast. So again, we've got confirmation now of winds around hurricane strength. And as the eye of Francine works closer and closer. 500,000 people in Florida are already without power. Okay, so when you lose power, I hope that you are prepared. We here have been prepared to spend the weekend without power, to spend longer without power. Because quite frankly, if we lose power, it's going to take a long time for us to get power back. There's 500,000 people already, and this storm hasn't even hit the Big Bend yet. So it's expected that we'll lose power. It's just going to be that, we have to be patient with power crews. It's going to be frustrating. I understand that, and it's going to be annoying, but we need to be patient and realize that it's going to be okay. So we do have, with Helene working its way in, we'd also have a couple tornado warnings to keep an eye on. I'm going to take our radar and move it up to the north into Georgia, where, again, this storm has been just so big that we've got, such big outer bands that are already starting to work their way into South Carolina. So let's go ahead and take a look over in South Carolina. We don't have the closest radar loaded in, but we can at least get some information off of what's going on within this storm and turn on the now red. So again, this is what the radar is going to look like for this area near Hendersonville and Cottageville, South Carolina, near I-15. I-95 is right here. And again, just keeping an eye on that tornado warning. I believe it goes until 8:45 or so this evening. It's going to be moving at about 30 miles per hour. So we just want to give you guys a heads up that if you're in near Waterboro, this storm is moving at about 30 miles per hour. It includes near I-95 between mile markers 53 and 61. And again, this warning is going until, I don't see a time off at the top, but this warning is going to be going for the next few minutes. And the Weather Service also put in their discussion that tornadoes are likely to occur throughout the night. And that's something also that we need to keep an eye on as the right front quadrant works its way in, we have the potential for tornadoes hundreds of miles from the system. We're talking South Carolina with this possible tornado. So again, they want you to realize that tornadoes are difficult to observe at night, and that also on top of that, we can have multiple tornadoes throughout the night as it goes along. So I want to take you back outside. Let's take a look at Alligator Point again. Even though there's not a lot to see, right? It's black. You can kind of see some rain on the lens. But I just want to give you guys as good of an idea as we can as to what's going on outside, because like they mentioned in the Weather Service, is that even though there might be a tornado warning, or even though there's going to be some strong winds, you're not going to be able to see any of it. So that's something that is, annoying, I understand, but you don't want to go outside and try to see something. You don't want to go outside and try to take video of something, because really the best place you can be is inside, and hopefully you've got to your spot where you're already hunkered down. If you haven't gotten there yet, I would highly recommend doing so in the next little bit, because you just want to be in a spot where you're going to be safe. You have trust. You're able to get to an interior room away from windows. Almost treat this as a big tornado warning. Get as low as you can away from windows, and just do what you can to protect you and your family. Let's take a look at some of the alerts going on right now. We've got hurricane and tropical storm warnings throughout all of Florida into Georgia. So again, these hurricane warnings, tropical storm warnings kind of indicate, hey, all of us in Florida, or most of us in Florida and into Georgia, are dealing with the effects of Hurricane Helene. Ignore the banner. But again, the storm is just, working its way closer and closer. If we want to take a look, let's take a zoomed in look at the cone, right? So with the latest cone from the National Hurricane Center, they have Tallahassee being on just the east side of the storm. It looks like we could be dealing with another landfall here near Taylor County, all right? So if you guys remember, it was just over a year ago that Hurricane Idalia made landfall near Perry, and I think we could be dealing with not a similar situation, but a similar landfalling situation. Every storm is going to be a little different. So if you're sitting in Tallahassee saying, hey, I didn't get any impacts from Idalia, what are you talking about? Well, we did get some impacts from Idalia. We got plenty of wind, plenty of rain, plenty of flooding. But the impacts with this storm are going to be a little bit different, because this storm is much bigger. The cone is just, where's the center going to be, right? But when you take a look at the storm as a whole, realize this is a big storm system, right? We're already talking about Carolinas, Georgia dealing with the impacts of this storm system. And this storm is just a huge monster storm and has, the potential to bring its eye wall very, very close to us here in Tallahassee. So for more on power outages, we're going to toss things over to Peter. He's going to give us more as to what the state is looking at in way of power outages. Peter.
Yeah, so power outages across the state, they're picking up. Just a couple minutes ago, it was around 500,000 customers out across the state, and now we are up to almost 530,000. So this includes all the way up and down the west coast of Florida. We're starting to see some power outages in the Panhandle as well. The color scale, the more orange it is, the higher percentage of customers are out in that county. So deep in interior of South Florida in Hendry County, we have the highest percentage of customers without power. Pinellas County also has a lot. By the sheer numbers, there are over 200,000 customers without power in the Tampa area alone. So that's kind of where the main bulk of the power outages are right now, but that is going to expand northward as Helene moves northward, and you can expect to see the counties up here in the Big Bend area. As Helene makes landfall, power outages are going to become very widespread because there are a lot of trees up here, and a lot of the power lines are susceptible to being taken down by those trees that will blow over in this very severe wind that we have. Taking a quick look at the infrared satellite, this is what Helene looks like right now. This is taken from tropicaltidbits.com, and you can see that the eye has continued to, it's held its shape together pretty well. There have been some thunderstorms that have fired off in the eye wall that kind of deform it at times, but that is still the sign of a very strong and strengthening hurricane as it moves closer to landfall. And you can also see that it is starting to it's still heading east of due north. So Tallahassee, you're going to see probably the west side of the system. but areas to the east are going to get a direct hit, and that's going to be devastating. As Ryan was saying, this is going to be a similar area as where Idalia hit last year. So it's not good, and it's going to be a very dangerous situation for people here in the Big Bend. However, if you're down south near Tampa and areas south of that, you probably will start to not have as much of the bad weather anymore as Helene makes its way further north. As you can see, some of these outer bands, they are still making their way through, but you've had the worst at this point. So that is one silver lining as it moves further north. The areas that have been dealing with this already since the overnight hours will stop having to deal with it. And then here we're going to show just a few of the traffic cams from around the state. This is in Gadsden County. This is along I-10. The sun has set, so you can see there are still cars that are out there on the road, but it is wet, slick conditions, and the winds are going to start picking up here pretty soon as well. And if we look at a camera this is in Hillsborough County. This is overlooking Tampa Bay. So you can see that still dealing with a lot of wind and storm surge in Tampa Bay. That is one thing that isn't going to go away very quickly, is the storm surge. Even as Helene moves further north, as the winds start to shift to coming onshore into Tampa Bay, that's when the surge is going to continue to pick up. So even though the rain and the winds might not be as strong as you saw earlier this evening, those are still going to be bringing some significant storm surge, and the roads conditions are going to be pretty dangerous around Tampa Bay. So still stay indoors and don't go anywhere tonight. You can see all of the mist coming off of the bay and sweeping across the road there, and you can see all of the shaking of the camera. So conditions are pretty severe down there still. It is going to get better, but that is what we're looking at right now. Now, if you were watching earlier, I talked a little bit about the lightning, and it had taken a break, but now if you look here in the eye wall, it is still firing off some lightning, and so this is still the sign of a potentially strengthening system. As of right now, it's sustained winds of 130 miles per hour, but that could continue to go up as it approaches landfall. Time is running out, thankfully, for it to strengthen much more, but it's still a situation where we could see some more strengthening by the time it makes landfall. Could see winds up to 140, 145 miles an hour by the time it reaches the Big Bend. And the stronger those winds are when it makes landfall, the further inland you will see those hurricane force winds, and the stronger the winds you will see. And so that is the main reason that we're talking about this right now. What the actual strength is because the stronger it is, the worse it'll be further inland. You have those hurricane warnings well into Georgia, and the stronger it is when it makes landfall, the further into Georgia it will bring those dangerous winds and those tropical storm conditions as well. And taking one quick look at the Tallahassee radar, this is out of the Tallahassee airport. You can see that eye wall with some very heavy rain right here that is going to be moving sort of in this general direction towards Perry. It's very possible that Tallahassee gets that western edge of the eye wall, which isn't necessarily the bad edge, but in this kind of situation, there is no good side either. So that's the situation that we're looking at right now, and I'll take you one quick look back at the power outages, see if there's been any update. Up to over 545,000 people without power throughout the state right now, and that number is going to continue climbing as we move through the night. And now we're going to toss it back over to Matt to take you through a little bit more of the impacts we're seeing.
Yeah, as we look at, Helene itself, you can see it's a massive storm, about 430 miles across. So even though you may not be on the West Coast, you are still seeing the effects of the storm as it just crosses the entire state here. Even though it has not made a landfall, you are still going to be having the rain and the wind effects in the central Florida, definitely down in Tampa, and even up in Georgia right now in the Carolinas. They are seeing the rain from the system. So be aware that while you may not be super close to it, you are still going to be seeing the rain. You're still going to be seeing the wind from this system. And so you need to be taking shelter and have preparations in place for that, because the time is now to hunker down. It's not time to make preparations. It's time to hunker down and make sure that you're set, as this may take a while to pass through in some areas. And as Ryan said, it may take a while before you get power back. So you need to be patient and have plans in place to deal with that. So as we bring up the live radar here to see the rain in the area, you're going to see as it just continues to cycle through that there's just a lot of rain right now. And it's going to continue to push through as a storm pushes through. And you got to understand that while it may be raining outside and you may not see a lot of wind, you just need to understand you need to stay inside at this point. It is not safe to be outside. You need to be inside, regardless if you're in Tallahassee, you're in Perry, Thomasville. Just stay inside. It is not safe to be outside as this storm will continue to roll through, and as Helene gets closer to landfall, those thunderstorms will strengthen and the wind will also get stronger, so be aware of that. And as we go back down towards Tampa, right, where they've seen a lot of rain already today, you're going to see the storm surge is going to get a little stronger as the storm lifts to the north. So be aware that while you may not be you may not have as much rain, the storm surge is still there. So it is still not a good idea to go outside. Stay inside tonight, and the weather tomorrow will clear up a little bit more for Tampa, but you've seen a lot of rain. There are some power outages in those areas, so it is not safe to go outside as there could be downed power lines or trees in those areas. And if we push back up towards Tallahassee, as you can see how the storm is going to project as it moves to the north, a little bit to the east as well. You just got to understand with this storm that the rain is not always the biggest factor. It's going to be the strong winds that this storm has as it continues to develop. And you have these tornado warnings off to the north here. It looks like in Georgia by 95, right, as these outer bands start pushing through. So be aware that even though there may not be a tornado, it's at night, it may be rain cloaked, you're not going to be able to see it. So make sure you have precautions in place to stay inside during these times as these storms lift through here in Glenville, Savannah, Brunswick, as well as McRae, right? As these storms just push through, you need to stay inside, find a place to shelter, put the mattress on top of you in the bathtub. That is the safest way to stay safe during these storms as they pass through. And just understand that as this hurricane pushes through, that even in Georgia, you are going to see a lot of rain and a lot of wind as it pushes through because of how strong it is and just how massive in size it is. There's going to be a lot of rain just pushing this storm forward. And if we can pull up the track real quick, you're just going to see how it's just going to continue to drive forward even after it makes landfall, as it'll still be close to a Cat 2 by the time it hits Atlanta. So there still will be some really strong winds, and that means you need to stay inside. It is not safe to go outside. Don't try to observe it. Just stay inside, indoors with the preparations you have. As we zoom in on the tornado warning here in Savannah, you can see as these storms just push through to the right, you're just going to see these strong thunderstorms coming off the Atlantic pushing through thanks to the outer bands of Helene. So make sure that near Tibby Island and Savannah, make sure you are inside. Preparations are planned. You have the emergency supplies you need as these storms will be pushing through tonight, and there will be some storms tomorrow. So make sure you have emergency supplies and you are prepared for those moments, as well as areas to the south here in Townsend and as well as Darren. You can see as the live velocity, you can see there's some strong winds pushing through that might lead to some vorticity. So make sure that you are staying inside and that if the winds come through, that you are in a safe place, because while there may not be a tornado, there is still some strong winds in this area that can cause damage. They can knock over trees, and knocked over trees can cause a lot of problems. So make sure that you are inside, because you don't want to go outside and get hit by a knocked over tree or something. Stay inside. Make sure you have your preparations in place and that you are staying inside at this time. It is not the time to go outside and look and see if you're going to see it, because you're not. Stay inside, make sure you are hunkered down, and just wait till it passes through and there's a clear and safe time to go back outside. As we look back out as the general area here, you're going to see these thunderstorms are just looping back towards the west as Idalia just continues to churn the outer bands around it. And these storms will start lifting more to the north. They'll start pushing more towards Mason and Sandersville as Helene continues to move northward. So areas in Georgia, be aware you are going to have these strong thunderstorms that are going to be pushing through with the potential for some tornadoes, some isolated tornadoes, and some very strong gusts of wind. As the velocity, you can see there are some very strong winds pushing away. So make sure you're inside, you're away from the windows. And as Ryan's pulling up, Jordan, Glenwood, it is pushing towards you. So make sure you are inside, as you have a couple minutes in Jordan, about 10 minutes in Glenwood. So make sure that you're inside and that you have what you need so that you do not get affected by these storms, as they have some strong wind and strong rain. And outside right now in Tallahassee, for those of you who are wondering, there's some moderate rain right now, but the winds are really starting to pick up, right? It is not, you can start to feel it, that the winds are just starting to pick up. The tropical gusts are starting to move in. So make sure you are inside at this point in Tallahassee, because it is starting to push on through, and so it is going to get worse. It is not the time to be outside. It is the time to make sure that you are in your safe area and you are ready to go. As they will get worse, the trees will start bending, and so if you are not in your safe place, make sure you are in one, and make sure you have a backup plan in case something happens to the area you're in. You need to be able to be prepared to adapt to the situation, just like we are here at FSU Weathers. We're trying to keep you safe as well as being safe ourselves. So as we look at the general radar here, you're just going to see all these storms just pushing through as they come north and just continue to churn as that eye is slowly starting to make its way closer and closer towards the Big Bend. And as we get closer to landfall, these thunderstorms are going to get much stronger. More wind is going to affect the rain, right? And you can just see the live velocity. There's some strong velocity pushing to the west and then coming back down the south in Port St. Joe and Panama City. It's going to be pulling down. And we do have a tornado watch, it looks like, near Perry. So make sure in those areas that you are hunkered down at this time, as these winds are strong. They are going to be pushing up, and they will be changing direction. I mean, 72 miles per hour is nothing to joke about. You need to make sure you're inside at this time. You are in a safe place, because these winds will get stronger. It will probably get close or over 100 miles per hour in some areas. So you need to be inside. You need to have a plan, because now is the time to hunker down, and now is the time to make sure you have everything good to go, and you have your backup plans, as it is starting to push and going to be coming ashore soon. And so I'm going to turn it back over to Ryan to look at what else is going on with this storm.
Yeah, we've got a lot going on with this storm, right? We're trying to keep track of tornadoes. We're trying to keep track of wind. We're trying to keep track of rain. But all in all, we need to realize that the impacts are going to be, we're going to see a lot of wind, we're going to see a lot of rain. And as Matthew said, we're going to see the possibility for trees to snap. We're going to see, extended power outages. If we've already got 500,000 people without power, and this storm hasn't even the strongest part of this storm hasn't even made landfall yet, can you imagine what we're going to be looking at once this storm does make landfall? So the idea is, the radar, we can only show you so much, right? We can sit here in the studio and say, you know what, there's rain out there, there's wind out there. But really, we can't show you how this is impacting you. So we've just got, the radar looping, and it's showing how intense the rain is. We can take a look at the radar and show you at least an upper level of how intense the wind is. But as these storms move along, we're really trying to track all the impacts that we have associated with these storms. We do have a new confirmed tornado warning, actually. That's going to be south of Savannah. So let's go ahead and take a zoom on in with that. I want to clean up the velocity just a little bit, see if we can make it look a little nicer for you. This is a confirmed tornado warning now off of our velocity product. It looks like it might be a little hard to see. I'm just trying to see if we can see anything. The radar is, shooting at such an elevation that it's kind of hard to see, but we do have the idea that there is a confirmed tornado associated with this thunderstorm moving through, and we've got a confirmed water spout, I guess, so it's a confirmed water spout that's actually moving on shore and is going to be impacting I-16 between mile markers 154 and 156. We've got Richmond Hill, Bloomingdale, Keller, Belfast, Fort McAllister, all within this tornado warning here. So let me go ahead and pull up our shear rate, and we can get an idea of, just kind of take all the colors off and get an idea of what's going on within this storm system. This is kind of playing it through time. You can see some brighter greens moving up near Tybee Island. But then it looks like this little area right here, that's kind of where our confirmed tornado is right now. So just trying to pay attention to all the information coming in. We've got plenty of tornado warnings. And the other thing I want to indicate to you is that it doesn't matter if the wind is rotating or not. If it's going to be a straight line wind or whatever the impacts might be, it's going to impact you, whether the wind is rotating or not, whether the wind is twisting or not. So with the new update of Hurricane Helene, we've got 140 mile per hour winds. So we've got pressure down to 941 millibars. It's moving northeast at 24 miles per hour. So this storm is flying along, but we are running out of time before the worst part of the eye wall makes landfall here in Tallahassee, or at least in the Big Bend region here in the next little bit. So 140 miles per hour, that puts it at about middle grade Category 4 hurricane. We still have a little bit of time where the storm can intensify or decrease. Remember, the waters of the Gulf of Mexico are record warm. So there's fuel ahead of the storm, but because it is moving about 24 miles per hour, and we don't have a whole lot of time before the storm works its way in, that the storm really is not far away from making landfall here with us here in Tallahassee. I want to take a look again at the satellite, and then we can kind of zoom out and get an idea of how far away this storm really is. This is taking a look at the infrared satellite, which kind of shows us where the cloud tops are and what the temperature of the cloud tops are. But let me zoom out and kind of get an idea of how far away the eye is from making landfall, right? If it's moving at 24 miles per hour, it does not have far to go. And it's not far away from Taylor County, where we saw Hurricane Idalia make landfall, Dixie County, Levy County. These counties are definitely seeing some strong storms move through right now. But let me take a look at how far exactly this storm is from making landfall. If we take the eye and plot it out, 64 miles or so from making landfall. So if it's moving about 25 miles per hour, we should have landfall in the next couple hours or so. Probably right about 11 o'clock or so, between 11 and midnight is when we'll be looking at landfall. So from Tallahassee, we're not far from where the center of this storm system will be, as we right now sit about 92 miles away, and this storm is just going to keep creeping its way. As of the latest advisory, the storm is moving north and east at about 24 miles per hour. So the idea is that the storm is still moving to the north and east. It hasn't kicked back towards the west yet, but north, northeast. So remember, we're going north, north, and then a little bit east. So what the impacts are going to be based on where this goes, it could wobble back towards Tallahassee, it could wobble further away from Tallahassee. But the impacts are going to be pretty similar in that we're going to see the potential for flooding rains, we're going to see the potential for plenty of water, or potential for flooding. We're going to see all kinds of that. I want to take a look. We don't have it plotted for exactly where we are, but we do have sea surface temperatures. Helene's right about here. We don't have far to go before the center of this goes and makes landfall. Let's take a look at some of the current winds around the Big Bend right now. 23 miles per hour in Perry, 22 in Tallahassee, 14 in Valdosta, 35 miles per hour all the way in Jacksonville. And that's, far away, not far away, but it's, down I-10 from where this storm is going to be making landfall. So we definitely have something that, the width of this storm is so much bigger than Hurricane Idalia was, and it's going to bring some unprecedented impacts to us here in the Big Bend region of Florida. Valdosta is at 7 miles per hour, so a little bit of a lull right now, but Apalachicola near the coast, 25 miles per hour. These peaks are not far away from making its way in, so the strongest part of the storm is not far away at all. Lake City, 21 miles per hour. Again, this storm is not far at all from making landfall, and if we take a look at the radar, I just want to play it through time so we can get an idea. There's the strongest part of the storm. There's Cross City. There's kind of the outline of the state of Florida. Perry's right about in here. So we are not far away at all from Taylor County, from Dixie County. So again, this storm system, we're going to be making landfall here in the next little bit. We want to keep our eyes on that for sure. I want to go ahead and take a look at power outages real quick because, again, a lot of us are dealing with power outages now starting to extend into south Georgia. 23,000 customers in Georgia without power. And if we bring it a little bit closer to Florida, we now have 600,000 customers without power. So keep in mind that with these power outages, like I said, because this is going to be a multi-state event and such a big portion of the state is affected by this, it's going to take a long time for some of us to get power back. And the line crews are going to be working as hard as they can to get power back for us. But just know that it might take a little bit of time, and I understand, that you can get frustrated. So let's take a look again, some of the wind gusts across the southeast, and then we'll take a look also. This is going to be the forecast, I should say. Yeah, and also I'm being told we're paying attention to you guys on social media, on YouTube, on Twitter. So if you have any questions, of course, reach out. This is off the European model. This is 1 a.m. on Friday. So this is bringing in a little bit later. It's 69 miles per hour in Perry, 55 in Tallahassee. Earlier, the European model was showing wind gusts of about 50 or of 110, 120. So this is just kind of like, it's not interpolating the European model forward, but it's kind of saying that the strong area of wind, at least the European model is thinking it's going to be somewhere within Taylor County in the southeast. I want to take a look outside at Doak Campbell Stadium. There's not going to be a lot to see, okay, but we can get an idea of what's going on, right? There's Doak Campbell Stadium here on the campus of Florida State University. We've got rain on the lens. You can kind of see the clouds are a little bit different shape. We don't have video playing, but if we did, you kind of get to see how quickly the clouds are moving around. And just, you know, it's nice and quiet. So also, I want to say to you as well that we pull up these cameras to show you what's going on outside. We don't want you to go outside and be, you know, in the elements trying to take a picture or video. That's not worth it. You know, there's people that do this professionally. There's storm chasers. There's so many other areas to where we can get footage. We've got these WeatherSum cameras that are just an amazing tool to have in a tool shed. And really, if we need it, we have it. So I want to pass things over to Matthew. We're going to go on another little radar tour, and then we're going to take a look at some of the rainfall amounts that we've seen already, and then what we can still expect here in Tallahassee. Matt?
Yeah, so one of the big questions you guys have been asking is, what is it going to look like for things to open back up again? Especially some of you have asked, what about Waffle House, right? Because I think that is something important to us Floridians is, you know, it's a meter, it's a scale of how bad a hurricane is. And my advice would be, in this case, is I don't know, but what I do know is this hurricane is going to bring a lot of destruction. It's going to be scary, and so understand that it could be it could be weeks before things open back up again, they're normal. So you need to understand that it can take some time. It will not be instantaneous, as it will only go as fast as power can be restored and they can be cleared to open again. And we look at the 7-day forecast, right? So tomorrow it will clear out and it will, you know, start to lighten up a little bit. Temperatures get back up, they're not so cloudy. But as we can see towards the beginning of next week, those storms come back again, which will be detrimental to a lot of the recovery efforts. So be aware that while the weekend may get better, there is some storms possible next week for our area that could interrupt the recovery effort. So make sure you are ready, you are paying attention in case you do or do not have power, that you need to understand that there are some storms that could come next week, and understand that that is a chance. And as we look at the possible precipitation total through Friday, as you can see, 3.5 inches for Tallahassee is the updated, as well as 3 inches in Albany. There are some areas that are going to see significant rain.
On top of what's already fallen.
Oh yeah, I mean, we're above average already significantly, and we're going to get a significant amount of rain right now through this storm. So make sure you have taken precautions, as flash flooding will be a major problem in this area because of how much rain we have seen today and tomorrow. You look at the current wind speeds, right? Jacksonville 22, I know I have some friends there, understand that there are still decently good winds in those areas. So it is not safe to be outside. Do not be outside. Jacksonville 35, Tallahassee 22, Orlando getting close to 40. I know some of you down there think, you know, it's really good right now, but understand there are still some strong winds in these areas across the board. I mean, Fort Myers, we can't even get a reading. So understand there are some strong gusts in those areas, and that it is still not safe to be outdoors tonight. Wait until tomorrow if you are in those Central Florida areas, and the maximum gusts we've seen close to 60. Tampa, 66. There are some high gusts, and you need to be aware that even though it may not be 70 or 80, as we'll see later as it makes landfall, understand they still can do damage. They can still knock over trees, especially those smaller trees. So understand power lines can still get knocked out. So understand, even if you are not in the direct impact of the eye, you are not in the direct impact of the hurricane that is coming, understand that you can still get significant impacts from the outer bands that can cause power outages, flash floods, down trees. Understand that you still need to take shelter, and you still need to make sure that you are safe in these areas because of the wind that is coming. There are some strong winds. This storm is big. As we've already shown, it is pretty big in size, and it can reach the entire state of Florida. So understand that it doesn't matter if you're on the outside, you're on the west coast, the east coast, you can still be reached by this storm, and you need to make sure you are taking the precautions and that you have hunkered down and you are safe tonight. That is the most important thing. Nothing else matters except your safety. So make sure that you are safe, right? And we're going to pan it over here to Peter, who has imagery of Helene right now.
Yeah, so this is the current infrared satellite imagery of Hurricane Helene. As we mentioned earlier, the National Hurricane Center has upgraded this just a little bit more, 140 mile per hour sustained winds. There are the Hurricane Hunter aircraft. They have 2 planes in there right now who are sampling it, going in and out of the eye, measuring the central pressure and measuring these wind speeds, and they are still finding it strengthening. So it only has a couple more hours for it to do that, but it could still get stronger. And I'm going to move over to show you just some of the traffic cameras that we were looking at earlier. So some of these cameras, like this one, it's loading because they're starting to go down, some of these. And really the main story up here in the Panhandle is it is still raining and the winds are starting to pick up. The main story is going to be whether any of these trees come down on the interstate that will prevent some of the recovery efforts afterwards. But we would expect that to start happening sometime within the next couple of hours as Helene moves closer. We also do have, again, this very severe storm surge in Tampa Bay right now, and a lot of these cameras are just not loading, honestly, because of the weather that they're experiencing. But one thing that I can show you is that something the National Hurricane Center mentioned in their latest update is the storm surge that they have been measuring in Clearwater Beach, which I'll pull up this graph right now. So this is what the forecasted level, if there were no storm surge, this is what the normal level of the water would be at Clearwater Beach, and this is where it is right now. So it's 5 or 6 feet of storm surge in Clearwater right now, and as Helene continues to move further north and the winds continue to shift to being more onshore, that is going to continue to increase, and so storm surge is still a big thing that we're talking about right now. And up in Cedar Key, which is an area where we might see some of that 20-foot storm surge that we have been talking about for a couple days now as the real big threat here, you can see it is starting now to go up. So as Helene is moving closer, they are starting to experience more of that storm surge, and that's really going to spike up as Helene makes landfall and gets closer and closer to the coast over the next couple of hours. One thing I will say, we did have a question in the chat about 70-mile-an-hour winds in Tallahassee, and that is still a risk that we're facing right now, is those 70-mile-an-hour winds, because even though it is shifting further east, we are still going to be very close to the eye wall, and the eye wall is going to have very strong winds. Also, this is another thing to sort of emphasize with this. FSU, for example, has issued a campus-wide shelter in place at 9 o'clock. So they are saying it is not safe to go outside as these weather conditions continue to deteriorate. So yes, it is going to shift further east. We won't necessarily get the worst of this storm, but it's still going to be pretty bad. And 70-mile-an-hour gusts, at the very least, are definitely believable. We'll probably have gusts as high as 100 miles per hour in Tallahassee, possibly. Sustained winds around that area as well are possible. So it's something that we need to, even if you see that the satellite is, moving off to the right, it is still a risk that we're seeing with these high winds. And in places like Tallahassee and further inland, the combination of rain and wind is the main threat here right now. Because as Matt was talking about, the saturation that we've had in the ground from all of the rain over the past couple of weeks, in addition to the new rainfall that we're getting, that means that trees' root systems aren't going to be able to hold onto the ground as well, and so any big gusts of wind that come through and knock down those trees, hit the power lines, that is the main story that we're talking about as you move further inland into the Panhandle in areas like Tallahassee and further north into Georgia. And speaking of power outages, just showing you the updated map, a little over 600,000 people are without power throughout the state. You can see that those power outages are starting to spread northward. Columbia County wasn't previously, seeing any color right there, but they're starting to get some power outages. And Pinellas County, now almost 200,000 people without power in Pinellas County alone, probably as part of that storm surge that we're seeing. So power outages still the main issue that we're going to be seeing further inland because of the combination of rain and wind. And any trees that fall down onto I-10, for example, that emergency crews have to remove before they can get into the cities afterward to restore power, that's going to be a problem. So That's the real threat that we're talking about right now, is the combination of rain and wind and what it will do for the infrastructure further inland. But then on the coast, it's that big storm surge that I was just talking about. That is the main threat that we're seeing right now with this storm. It is still intensifying, 140-mile-per-hour winds right now, according to the National Hurricane Center. We still have lightning in the eye wall. It is still trying to intensify. And so this is a very dangerous situation. You need to shelter in place, hunker down, make sure you have a safe space to be in within your house or wherever you're staying. For places out in South Carolina and coastal Georgia where those outer bands are starting to come in, make sure that you're aware of what's going on as well, because tornado warnings can pop up at any moment. So if you're in the Panhandle right now, you need to shelter in place. The time to leave is gone. You don't have any more time now. You need to shelter in place as much as you can and just do your best to, make sure that you are in the safest place you possibly can be, as conditions will continue to deteriorate over the next couple of hours. Landfall probably in the next 2 to 3 hours somewhere in Taylor County or maybe even a little bit further west. And so now I'm going to toss it back to Matt to talk a little bit more about some of the impacts and the stuff that we're seeing right now with Helene.
Yeah, so as we look back at what Helene's doing right now, as it approaches, right, as we're going to work on getting something up for you guys, as it approaches, right, we're going to just reaffirm the fact that you need to make sure you are in shelter at this point. You need to make sure that you are taking shelter, because FSU right now is under a stay in shelter warning. So you need to be in a shelter at this point if you are on FSU, and if you're not, you still need to be in a shelter as it starts coming, as these strong storms start really pushing through, start pushing north, and the winds start really picking up. You need to make sure that you are inside at this time, that you are in your safe place, your emergency supplies are all together, right? This is not the time to be trying to make little preparations. It needs to be all done right now. And as you can see, these storms are just really just going to start pushing through. It's not as much really downpours that we're looking for. It's going to be these winds that are going to be really pushing through from the south, from the closer to the storm that we are really concerned about, as these winds are going to start picking up as it gets closer to landfall, which is going to cause a lot of the destruction we expect, the devastation with the trees falling over. And as Peter already pointed out, the ground is extremely soggy right now. It is extremely wet from all the rain we've received today and the past few months. So it is easier to jar these trees loose, and you need to understand that even if you are in an area where it hasn't seen a ton of rain today, it is still not safe because the wind will be pushing it. So make sure you are in your safe area with the preparations that you need, and understanding that it is going to be a strong storm with very strong winds, and the wind is going to make a lot of damage. It's going to knock over stuff, so you need to be in your areas and make sure you have everything you need. Do not try to travel. Wait until it is clear. That may take a couple of days. It may take till the end of the weekend. Make sure you are clear. Make sure there is no more storms and that you are set. Make sure, and also it could take a week or two to get power, so make sure that you are set with those things. You have all the water that you need, everything that you need to be okay. Make sure that you have the batteries charged. You have all these things. Now is the time to be ready to go. And I'm going to start panning it over to the desk because we're going to have a quick Q&A on some of the questions that you guys have that are important to us.
Yes, thank you, Matthew. There's breaking news. There's currently flash flood warning, including Tallahassee and west of Tallahassee, also for FSU campus. So if you're on campus, do not leave your safe place right now. Hopefully you already have acquired sandbags, and to prevent that water from moving into your home or your dorm and whatnot. Definitely very dangerous conditions out here, but definitely leave all of your questions in the comments. We're going to answer some to the best of our ability. So leave us some questions and we will get to answering them. Okay, one question. What is the probability of large tornadoes in the area? We do have chance for tornadoes as we've seen throughout the day. There's already been lots of tornado warnings, whether radar indicated or observed. For in the area, we could see that happening. We will likely see more tornadoes on the eastern side of the storm, but it is definitely possible everywhere. I do believe we have also had some tornado warnings already up in Georgia and potentially South Carolina. So these impacts are definitely spreading very far outside of the center of the storm and well outside of the cone.
Yeah, and these mainly will be within the outer bands. And even though these tornadoes won't necessarily be large, they're pretty much mostly spin-ups, but they are rain wrapped. So if one is to touch the ground, and it's also at night, you're not going to see it. There's already high winds around, and those tornadoes only exacerbate this situation. It's not going to necessarily help either. But I mean, it is a risk, but that's mostly in the outer bands, especially on the eastern side of the storm. That's why a lot of tornado warnings have been issued across southwest Florida today on the eastern side of the storm, and we've also seen a lot of tornado warnings off of the coastal Georgia, Savannah area, as well as coastal South Carolina as well.
Yeah, and I do want to note that if Helene continues its path, it would be the first Category 4 storm in the Big Bend region since records began in 1851. That is honestly getting close to 200 years ago, and that also honestly shows the severity of the situation that we're about to have here. We're expecting conditions to worsen very quickly here in Tallahassee, but I do want to point out that the cone and track of the storm has shifted slightly eastward, so we could see a similar situation to Idalia last year, where it made a landfall more towards Perry. But again, that will be very dangerous for coastal portions of the lower counties.
Yeah, so Taylor County last year had experienced, or even just back in August, had Category 1 Hurricane Debbie, and last year Hurricane Idalia as a Category 3 hurricane. And what's crazy is, yes, the statistic is that this would be the strongest hurricane to ever hit the Big Bend, but what's also interesting is that the first ever major hurricane to hit the Big Bend since we've kept records was last year with Idalia. Now this year, we will have a Category 4 hurricane hitting the Big Bend, making it the second time a major hurricane has hit the Big Bend 2 years in a row. And it's really interesting to think about that and why that's happening, and will that be a trend? It's definitely a lot of questions to ask regarding to that, but do we have anything else, Priscilla?
Yeah, we've still got lots of questions rolling in, and we are also getting some help from our fellow colleagues to answer all of your questions to the best of our abilities. One question I see is, do you know where on or near campus flooding is occurring? Are there mass power outages in Tallahassee yet? So we do not know. We are staying safe here in this building. No one is allowed to leave. We're in a lockdown situation, so we do not know. I do have some ideas of where we could see flooding on campus?
Yeah, so there's places on campus, maybe some of y'all previously known in the spring. The Leach lot is very prone to flooding. Hopefully no one has their cars parked there, but I don't expect as much rain as we got on that particular night with that storm. We do expect to see about 4 to 5 inches of rain tonight with this storm. But of course, flooding is going to be a huge issue around different parts of campus. Hopefully, sandbags are in place to those flood-prone areas on campus and around Tallahassee. And to give you an update on power outages in Tallahassee, nothing is widespread yet. There was a video shared of a power flash about South Tallahassee, and according to the Florida Power Outage website, we do have about 2,600 people without power right now, mostly isolated on the southern parts of town. And of course, we expect that to rapidly increase in the next couple of hours. Overall, throughout the state of Florida, it has gone up from 545,000 people to 631,000 people without power throughout the whole state of Florida. And we're anticipating this to be in the millions without power very soon.
Yes. So yeah, I just want to reiterate, we do have a lot of elevation differences here in Tallahassee, especially on campus. So we're going to see a lot of that flooding, generally concentrated more on the areas that are lower elevation. So if you just think about those places where you might be walking up a hill on campus, probably not going to see as much flooding. But again, flooding is still a huge risk, especially here in town. We've got a lot of concrete. Concrete is not good for absorption of rain. It doesn't absorb it very well, and that tends to lead water to just sink and scatter and spread and sit, honestly. So that's where we're going to see a lot of that flash flooding that is related to the urban environment that we live in, which is quite unfortunate, but we will be seeing that flash flooding, and I do believe there is a flash flood warning currently in place.
Yes, and that will be in place for quite some time and throughout the night, especially as we get to the more eastern parts of the Big Bend as well, especially to those coastal areas as well because of the storm surge on top of the rain. And let's see, another question we have. Someone said, what is your advice to those directly after the storm? How will those currently sheltering know it is safe to walk or drive? So for those staying on FSU's campus, if you're seeking shelter, FSU will send out an all clear. This will probably be daylight hours tomorrow morning, depending on what happens here. Hopefully, best case scenario, it will be by dawn tomorrow morning at some point. It could be longer, but FSU alerts are pretty consistent on keeping you informed on what needs to happen. In terms of Tallahassee, if you have text alerts with the city of Tallahassee, they will also keep you updated as well on power outages and the storm updates as well if it is safe to drive. But this storm should, fortunately, even though it's a powerful storm, it's a fast-moving storm. It's moving at us right now at 24, 25 miles an hour right now. So it's going to be powerful, but it will be quick. So we're hoping that well before dawn tomorrow morning, this will clear out. But we also are not entirely sure to what extent of the damage, specifically in Tallahassee, we're going to see, but it is going to be fairly widespread.
Yes, so another question we had was about the winds around Suwannee County. There's currently an extreme wind warning for portions of the Big Bend east here of Tallahassee, so that would include Suwannee County. We are expecting high winds there currently. Oops, sorry about that. Taking a look at the National Weather Service location in Suwannee County, we're seeing wind gusts nearing 60 miles an hour. So definitely very high wind gusts. We're seeing surface wind sustained around 37 miles an hour. But again, these could and will increase as Helene makes landfall and works her way into land. So we will be seeing lots of wind. Definitely very dangerous. Do not go outside.
Yes, and also this extreme wind warning that is in place from eastern Leon County all the way to Dixie County and slightly further east. That means the National Weather Service anticipates winds of over 115 miles an hour in this warned area. So this is very destructive winds, very life-threatening winds. And what you need to do if you're in this area is to treat it like a tornado. You need to treat it like it's a tornado warning. Take find the most interior room in your home, mattress, pillows, anything that can give you any kind of what is the word I'm looking for?
Cushion?
Cushion, thank you. Any kind of cushion to protect you in case you have damage to your home with these high winds, which is very probable considering where it is hitting.
Yes, and also I want to go back real quick to when are we going to know when things are safe. If you go to, if you're an FSU student, alerts.fsu.edu, you should be able to confirm your text alerts, and again, they'll also just post information there when we know that campus is all clear, and as well as the general Tallahassee metro area. So taking a look at some more questions, we do have a couple questions about expected rainfall totals. We're still trying to get more information on that. Actually, we're going to toss it over to Ryan real quick to talk about rainfall.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about rainfall here in a second. I've got a video on X of power flash near Spring Hill, and I want to keep in mind,
We can come back.
when you see power flashes, a lot of people think tornado, but it doesn't take a tornado to cause a power flash, right? All we need is some strong enough wind for a transformer to blow. That's what causes a power flash. And we're taking a look around the Big Bend. We've got 29 miles per hour in Perry, 22 Tallahassee, 18 in Thomasville, and 35 in Jacksonville. You were asking about rainfall, so here it is. This is what we've seen in the last 24 hours here across the Big Bend. We've got Mariana, 7.5 inches of rain. We go down to Apalachicola. You've almost seen 10 inches of rain so far. Cross City, 0.82. Here in Tallahassee, we've seen about 1.5 inches of rain. So we're kind of just on the outside of seeing like the most of the rainfall. But even up into Georgia, we've got 4.25 inches. In Fitzgerald, in Troy, Alabama, we've got 1.35 inches. And we want to talk about rain that's still to come, right? We've talked about, how Tallahassee's seen about 4 inches already, 3.5 inches still to come through Friday. So plenty of rainfall is still on the way, and that just means that the flash flooding risk is all the greater. I also want to take a look at live radar right now. This is what it looks like on the radar. So if you open your app, this is what you're going to see, right? So this is where kind of the strongest part of the storm is. It's just edging closer and closer towards Taylor County here in the next little bit. Let's go ahead and take the radar and zoom it down. And you can see the worst of the weather is what's called the eye wall. It's going to be right in this spot right here, right before the eye. So the eye, it's calm. No wind, no rain. It's more calm. But then right around it is where the most intense part of the storm is. That's where we find, the Category 4 part of the storm, the strongest wind, the strongest rain. And so taking a look at, just how much wind has gone on, again, we've got plenty of wind around the area. And, it's just going to increase as we go through the day to day. Or into the overnight hours, I should say, 29 miles per hour right now in Perry. But again, this pink is just knocking on the doorstep of you. So we're just getting inches and inches closer, essentially, of seeing these strong winds work our way into the area. So like Daniela said, we want to be treating this like a tornado warning almost. You want to get as interior as you can, away from windows, into the lowest room you can, just into the center portion of your apartment, your hotel, your home, whatever is going to keep you safe as we go through the next little bit of time here. I want to take you outside. This is going to be northeast Tallahassee, all right? Not a lot to see on the camera, just blackness. But again, you're not going to be able to see a lot outside, right? These cameras are here to give us a view of what's going on outside. We don't need you to give us a view of what's going on outside. So when you go outside, if you want to take pictures or video and share it with friends and try to be famous on social media or on TV, this is what you're going to see. A whole lot of blackness, okay? So don't try to, start tweeting at famous people trying to get video. We have professional storm chasers in spots for that, all right? So again, I do want to, address, the rainfall. We've had a lot of it, and there's still a lot to come. We've got these orange shades here indicating where a lot of this rain has already fallen, and then if we kind of keep our hand over where the orange is, a lot of places have already seen most of their rain. Most of the rain now is going to shift a little further east. We're still going to be looking at 3.5 inches in Tallahassee, but we've already seen 1.5 inches. Add that together, and we're going to be talking about 5 inches of rain plus. That's more than just an everyday thunderstorm, right? And, we add to that the wind speed and all that. It's going to be a little bit of a rough night, all right? But I want you to understand that we're going to be here with you through this, right? We're going to lose power with you, more than likely. We're going to lose internet and our ability to get to you guys here with you, more than likely. But we're going to still be here. We're going to keep on social media as we can, and we're just going to be here with you guys to help you guys out and get you guys through the worst of the storm, right? For those of you that remember Hurricane Idalia last year, it was a big monster storm, and it did a lot of damage towards Perry. But I want to kind of show the wind radii off of this storm, right? This storm is a lot bigger than Idalia was. Idalia was more confined. This storm, the wind radii now is still impacting areas like West Palm Beach, Fort Myers, Orlando, Jacksonville, and then we've got the strongest winds here in red, and then the hurricane force winds are going to be in orange. So the winds spread way far out from the center of the storm system, and while it is a little bit more tilted towards the east, just because it seems that the center of the storm is going to be making landfall here in Tallahassee, it doesn't mean that it really affects too much. Taking a look at our satellite, I just want you to understand just how big this storm system is, right? from our view, this is our default local view, or I guess a little bit off. We're not far away from seeing that eye. The eye is not that far away at all. And so just, getting a measurement of how far it is from the coast, we're talking 30 miles. It'll be here within an hour or so with the forward speed that the storm has. So we're getting closer and closer to landfall. And of course, we're going to be here throughout to keep you guys informed and safe. But again, the wind speeds are going to pick up here in the next little bit. We're going to pass things over to the desk with Priscilla, and she's going to have more with us as we go through the night.
Yes, and we're here with Daniela as well. So we have gotten a lot of questions. Don't worry, we're trying to get to all of them as fast as we can. There was a question about the size of the eye. I've just got information that it's about 17 miles wide, so that is very wide.
Very, very large eye.
Very
actually.
large.
But this is
yeah.
a very large storm we're dealing with here. So, wherever the eye wall makes landfall, there is going to be a sense of calmness for a little bit. There's a 17-mile wide eye, but also let's keep in mind it's moving 24 miles an hour, which is very fast for a hurricane. So that eye, there's going to be some calmness, but it will not be there long. So I know it's at night, so I'm hoping you won't go outside, and hopefully people in that area are not even there, but definitely don't go outside in that situation, because in a second it will change and the winds will start coming back like full send.
Yes, and we got another question. Do we have street cams of Tennessee Street? Currently, the street cams of Tennessee Street are down, so
No live camera feed.
no, so that just kind of shows the severity of the situation. We do not even have live camera feeds. So unfortunately, we can't show you what exactly is happening outside right now. We got another question. What are the chances of this intensifying to a Category 5? What do you think, Daniela?
So, yes, it is possibly continuing to strengthen, and it did. The last advisory had it at 140 miles an hour, moderately strong Cat 4 hurricane. But it doesn't have a lot of space left. Mm-hmm. It's got less than maybe 60, 70 miles of water left before it hits land. Yes, the Gulf waters are very warm, which has, induced this rapid intensification, but considering what we have right now, I don't believe it's going to reach Cat 5 status. It would have to reach over, I believe, 155 miles an hour sustained winds, and right now it's at 140. I just don't think there's simply, fortunately, enough time, and also with how fast Helene is moving, again, about 24, 25 miles an hour northeast. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have to worry about a Cat 5 landfall.
Yeah, so just know that the cushion between where we are now and Category 5 is about 15 miles per hour. So it's unlikely, but not impossible.
Right.
Okay, next question. What is your advice to those directly after the storm? How will those currently sheltering know it is safe to walk or drive? So directly after the storm, you could still see, depending on your location, you could still see flash floods, flooded streets. So you do not want to be going out in your car and driving around. Turn around, don't drown. That's our biggest motto here at FSU Weather. You really never know how deep floodwaters are, and it is just not a very safe decision or situation. If your car gets totaled from driving out in the floodwaters, you could potentially lose your chances at getting that back for you through your insurance, because it is definitely an unsafe choice, and it's not very supported. So again, don't leave your house until the waters are fully back down to ground level. Definitely look outside. Luckily, after the storm, we tend to get a lot of high pressure in the area, which will mean clear skies and clouds, and we're usually used to that after hurricanes. It's almost like nothing ever happened. So that's something we can potentially look forward to tomorrow, but there will be lots of downed trees, lots of downed power lines. If you see any of those, do not walk on them or over them, go around, and honestly, just stay home while you can, while the debris crews work to move debris out of roadways and electricians work to reinstall and restore power to those without power. And that can take a while. As we've mentioned here tonight, please be patient. You know, everyone's in the same situation, we're in the same boat. Hopefully you've already got some ice or you've frozen some water bottles while you still have power to keep your refrigerated items cool as long as you can. And generally, as a rule of thumb, if you have lost power, try and keep your fridge and your freezer closed as long as you can. But generally, give or take about, I would say somewhere around 4 to 6 hours, your food will about go bad. So definitely just keep that in mind. Make sure you know what you really need to keep and what you can potentially do without in case your items spoil. As well, when is it safe to walk, drive? Again, roads are clear and you can safely pass without going through flooded roadways or down trees.
So another question is, how much damage are we expecting from Helene? Specifically, if we're talking about Tallahassee, we can definitely expect widespread power outages, potential roof damage to the side of your house from high winds. We can also anticipate many down trees, as Tallahassee is known for its canopied roads. It's a canopy town full of pines, oak trees, very susceptible to falling with a lot of rain, which we have previously, and on top of the storm, even more rain. We have a very saturated ground combined with high winds. And those high winds are going to be, you know, at the surface, they're going to be pretty strong. But even higher up where those pine trees are, they're going to be even stronger, which is why they're even more susceptible to falling. So we can expect a lot of down trees, blown transformers, down power lines, and a lot of extensive, or I wouldn't say extensive, but pretty widespread damage.
Yeah, so next question, does FSU Weather have a generator? In the studio itself, we do not. We have backup generators within the building. Generally, we're keeping those on for AC and whatever refrigerators we have in the building. However, we will try to continue coverage as possible. Potentially, we may move to Instagram Live if we lose power here. Of course, if we lose power, we won't have Wi-Fi to stream from, so we will be at the mercy of service, which could be honestly non-existent as Helene moves overland. And yeah, we will be live until power's out or until we get super exhausted, because it has been a journey here covering Helene for you, giving you all the latest updates, making sure everyone stays safe. We will do our best to keep you informed and safe as well. Waffle House on Tennessee Street is closed. I do think that may have been mentioned before, but Waffle House is definitely closed. Honestly, I'm glad they're keeping their employees safe. I feel like that's definitely necessary, especially given the storm and the magnitude of the situation that we're about to have here.
Let's see.
When will it be safe to go back to Tallahassee? Really great question. As I'm sure a lot of you did leave town. Great choice, by the way. So a lot of people may be traveling from far away. I know some people went back home to Miami. Some people went west. Some people went east. A concern I have with this storm is down trees and down power lines, especially along the I-10 corridor, as well potentially I-75, could be flooded, and there could be dangerous conditions on the road, lots of debris. Honestly, depending how close the interstates are to civilization, debris could be worse, because you could have debris from buildings and whatnot. Yeah. So
The next question is asking how much longer until landfall. So right now, looking at current radar, it is starting to near the coast about Taylor County is where it's aiming at looking right now. It is still wobbling a little bit, but that's where it's mainly looking. It's about 9:45 right now. We can anticipate landfall probably within the next hour. But that is the eye wall in Taylor County. We can't expect winds to start pick up in Tallahassee as well as this passes through.
Yeah, so back to the question I was answering, when will it be safe to go back to Tallahassee? We could be seeing, again, flooded roads for potentially days as well. We won't be seeing power out for a while. So if you have power where you are, or if you'll get it back potentially within the next 24 or 48 hours, I'd probably recommend staying wherever you are until we get information from FSU campus that whenever classes will be resuming. But this is not official word, but given the intensity of the storm, it is possible that we could spend more time outside of classes as the campus, gets restored physically and electrically. So definitely just keep that in mind and listen to official authorities to get more information on things like openings and road safety. And also tune into the Florida Department of Transportation. I'm sure they've got lots of information about road clearings and whatnot, so definitely look over there for some information as well. How much damage are we expecting from Helene? Catastrophic damage. It is Category 4, which is very dangerous. We're seeing the eye wall potentially in Tallahassee, and that will be very extensive damage. We can see downed trees, uprooted trees, trees moving from one place to another, branches down. You could potentially see branches through windows, homes, shingles off the roof damage, and potentially even structural damage depending on where you're located as well. If there is a location at the bottom of a hill, we could potentially see some small size like landslides. So definitely things to keep in mind. We're going to be anticipating a lot of damage as we go into the next 5 or 6 hours. Any live reports from the field? Unfortunately not. We are all staying safe here in the studio, and we will be avoiding the outdoors currently. We're going to take a moment to regroup over here at the desk, but we're going to toss it back over to Matthew to give us a little look at the National Hurricane Center.
Yeah, so as we look at what is going on here with our detailed forecast here on the board, you can see you have the dark red, which is going to be your flash flood, and then your light red, which is going to be your hurricane warning and hurricane watch. And then your yellow here is actually a extreme wind advisory. So the winds are extremely strong in this area east of Tallahassee and north and around Perry. So if you were in that area, you need to make sure you're taking shelter, as the winds here are exceptionally strong and will only get stronger as time goes by. You guys asked, what is devastation going to look like? There's no real way to quantify what devastation looks like, as it looks different for everyone. And I think it's important to remember that for some people, a storm can bring a ton of devastation. For others, it can bring not as much. But either way, it will bring a ton of devastation, destruction. There will be tons of trees down. There will be probably road damage and infrastructure damage. And that quantity will be assessed at the end of recovery. But right now, what I would say is there's going to be a lot of destruction and devastation to this area, to the surrounding area in the Big Bend, and even into Georgia and the Carolinas, as well as other southeast states that are going to be affected. So I would advise you that there will be some sort of destruction that will impact you in some way, whether you are in the Big Bend or you are in Central Florida or even in South Florida. There's some way it is going to affect you. And as we go back to this map here, as you can see the high winds here, we already talked about the flash flood advisory put in place here, and you can see it's mainly to the west of Tallahassee, a little bit also here to the right near Cross City, but I also think that it's going to be extending into this Perry area. The extreme wind warning is just going to take more precedent in this area, but I would make sure that in these areas you are you are watching for the flash floods, as they will start building as more and more rain comes down. As I can hear it outside right now, the rain has picked up and the wind is also picking up as well, which is making it very hazardous outside, is making the conditions much worse as they continue to deteriorate as Helene continues to push on shore and continues to move as that eye gets closer and closer to making landfall. So as we look here at Jefferson County Middle School, we have gusts here up to 30 miles per hour, and that will continue to increase as they've already gotten about 1.5 inches of rain. And that will continue to increase as Helene continues to come ashore. And as we look at Wakulla here, gusts up to 55 miles per hour and sustained winds of 41. It is getting strong there. The winds are getting much more intense, so make sure that you are set, you are in place, and you have everything you need. They have also seen close to about 1.5 inches, and that will also increase as Helene continues to push north. So make sure you are in your shelter and you are in place for this scenario. As we continue to look at the IR here, we're going to pull it up. As you can see, Helene's just going to continue to move northeast into probably east of Tallahassee and close into that Perry area where we've already seen that extreme wind advisory. So make sure if you are in those places, you have taken shelter and you are prepared at this point, because there's nothing else you can do. You need to hunker down and stay safe, as that is the most important part. Safety is the most important part, as your life there's nothing more important than your safety and your life. So don't worry about cars or anything in this moment. Worry about your safety and make sure that you are in place to keep yourself away from harm, as that is what's the most important. But as you see, this storm's just going to continue to push north here, as these outer bands are going to be affecting Cedar Key, upper parts of Central Florida, Marion County over here, and it's going to start affecting Apalachicola and there's other over to the west as well. So make sure if you are anywhere in this region, Gainesville, that you have hunkered down, that you are safe at this point, as you still, even if you are not close to the eye, there will be some strong storms on either side, whether you're on the west or east side, that will bring rain and a lot of wind. As well as on the coast, we will see some extreme storm surge, so make sure that you are hunkered down, that if you are there, that you are absolutely safe at this point, because that is paramount. Your safety is the most important part of this storm preparation. As we look at some other stuff here, we're going to go to the cameras right now. A lot of the cameras are frozen and not showing much, but as you look at the radar for the rain here, you can see there's a lot of intense rain just to the north of the eye where that eye wall is circulating. And a lot of those strong storms will be on the northeast side, but that does not mean there is not strong storms on the northwest side. So in Tallahassee, you need to be paying attention if you're on the east side of town, as you will probably we will get some part of that northwest eye wall, and there will be some strong storms there that will increase rain and some extremely strong gusts of wind and sustained winds. So you need to make sure that you have taken shelter and that you have everything in place at this point, because your safety is what is most important. And it's going to continue to push north here. As we look at the power outage, let's see if we can get it updated here. You can see they're starting to turn red as more and more people are losing power. We're close to 675,000 people are without power right now, especially here on the west coast near in Pinellas here in that St. Pete area. A lot of them, close to, it looks like a good chunk, are out of power right now. And over near Cedar Key and Levi, they also are without a good amount of power. And you can even see there is some hint in green of these central Florida counties like Orange and Seminole, where I am from, where some people are experiencing power outages. So that just because you aren't super close to the storm does not mean you won't experience it. You could even have some in Jacksonville as this storm continues to push north. And you have some either all the way down here in Collier and Lee counties. So make sure that you are safe. If you don't have power, make sure you are using your flashlights, you have taken the precautions, and you are making sure to stay safe in those times, because it could be a while before power is restored to those areas. When we look at the aircraft imagery from Recon here, you can see they have some strong wind speeds around where that eye was, as they've been monitoring that very closely here. And as we just continue to see, the tides here in near East Point, right? Low, they're close to low tide at this point, which is going to be good for some of the storm surge they will see, as it will be extreme. But as you get closer to Cedar Key out here, they're really close. They are getting close to high tide, and so that is going to make the storm surge a problem, as it will increase the storm surge more than it might be if it was low tide. So if you are in those areas, you need to have taken shelter at this point. There is no chance to evacuate. You need to make sure that you have taken shelter at this point, because it is just dangerous to try to do anything else. Make sure you are in your spot. And as we look down here near Clearwater, they are also going to be going towards high tide, and the storm surge there will increase. I know a lot of people will think, oh, well, the storm's going to the north. Well, the storm surge will increase as that storm pulls away and the winds try to pull the water back with it to the north, which will slam a lot of this Palm Harbor area and Tarpon Springs area. So make sure you are in place there and you are preparing for that storm surge. East Bay, you know, going away from a low tide, going in between the low and high tide here. So make sure, even if you don't have high tide, the storm surge will be a problem for a lot of these areas, as it will be extreme due to the sheer size of the storm. Just because it may not be near you, the sheer size of the storm does mean that the storm surge will be very big in some areas that aren't even close to the storm, just because of the sheer size and the winds that are pulling the water on the shore in these areas. And you just look at this area, you look at the flash floods, right? I expect it will continue to increase as the storm comes along shore very shortly. And so if you are in these flash flood areas, make sure you take shelter and try, if you can, if the water starts coming in, to get to a high place that is safe. You don't want to go to a higher up area if there are high winds, because that can knock you down, but you also want to be in an area where it is accessible to get out in case the waters do start rising in your house. You need to make sure that you are in a safe place that can allow you to move in case something like that happens. As we take one last look here at radar, you can just see the way it's spinning. These storms are starting to swirl up here. You can see some of that red, that harder rain that we were just talking about is starting to push into Tallahassee, and it'll start pushing into Perry here as that eye makes its way along shore. So if you are in those Perry, you are along that coast, or even inland east of Tallahassee along that I-10 corridor, you need to make sure you have taken shelter at this point, as it is going to get extremely strong and severe weather. The winds will get stronger, and the rain is not going to help that, as the winds will be able to push the rain into areas that maybe it wouldn't achieve on its own. I mean, Lake City out here is going to see some serious rain. Valdosta, it's going to start pushing towards you. So if you are in Valdosta, make sure you've taken shelter at this point, as Helene is just going to continue to push through. Bainbridge up here, same thing. You need to have taken shelter at this point. There's no more preparation. Take shelter, hunker down, and it's just not a good idea to try to make any type of evacuation or any other preparations. At this point, you should be prepared and ready to go. And it will continue north into Atlanta, so you will want to watch that if you are north in northern Georgia, as this storm will start approaching you tomorrow morning, and so you will want to be hunkered down and ready by the time it approaches. And so I'm gonna hand it back over to Ryan on the screen. Ryan, what's going on right now?
Yeah, taking a look at radar right now. So we've got, you know, the worst of the storm just hanging offshore, starting to make its way into Taylor County here. So this area right around here is where the worst of the storm is going to be right now. It's called the eye wall. It's where the strongest winds are, the heaviest rain, and it's going to be working its way here into the Big Bend in just a few minutes' time. I think we're about an hour away from landfall or so. So I want to take a look at some of the wind speeds within this system, right? We can see right here where there's none. So that indicates where the eye is. But let's take a look at some of the wind speeds that we can see within this. Just start clicking around at random locations and realize that this is not what's on the ground, but this is, you know, a certain level up in the atmosphere that we are scanning at. So 140 miles per hour off velocity. So the bright colors are just indicating, here's the scale. The brighter the colors, the higher the wind speed. So 140 miles per hour being estimated off radar, 93. We've got 124 near Carabel. We've got 66. So the intense winds, if they're not here already and they're not knocking on the door, and I just looked outside a minute ago, and it is starting to pick up a little bit outside, they are not that far away at all. I want to go ahead and take a look at some of the wind speeds around the area. So there's Helene as a whole, but let's take a look at some of the wind speeds around this area. All right, 28 miles per hour right now in Perry, 18 in Valdosta, 24 in Jacksonville, so they've come down a little bit. 28 in Apalachicola, 18 in Tallahassee. So right now the winds aren't that high, but we're getting closer and closer to these pinks making their way as the eye wall starts to make landfall somewhere in the Big Bend. We don't know the exact spot quite yet, but it really doesn't matter where the it might wobble here and there, but the idea is it's going to be probably towards Taylor, towards Jefferson County, towards Madison County. That's kind of where the worst of it is going to be. But again, this is such a big storm system that the impacts are being felt throughout the area. Taking a look at power outages across the area, we've got 678,000 people in Florida alone without power. A lot of those people being in Levy County, 13,000, about half the population or half the people that live in Levy County are without power. Over in Dixie County, we've got about 3,000 without power. Down towards Pinellas County, 205,000 people. That's about half the county as well, 572,000 customers in Pinellas County. So about half of them are without power. So even though right now in Leon we've got about 4,000 people without power, that number is going to just increase as these strong winds start to make it closer and closer to us here on shore. Taking a look at the latest advisory and what the models are thinking. The models are going to get a lot tighter here. There's the center of the storm just a little bit offshore. It looks like between St. Mark's and Perry is what we're going to be thinking. So St. Mark's, Perry, Monticello, Madison, Valdosta, that's where we're going to be dealing with the worst of the impacts as we go through the next little bit. Rain still to come. We've got plenty of rain still coming our way here in Tallahassee and in the Big Bend region, all right? So 2.7 inches in Tallahassee, Valdosta, 2.83 inches. And I want you to remember as well that it's been raining. It started raining last night, and then as part of a system moved through, and then now we've got Helene just bringing more and more rain. So this is last 24 hours across the Big Bend. Take a look at some of those numbers. 7.5 inches in Mariana, almost 10 inches in Apalachicola, 1.55 inches in Tallahassee, 1.1 inch in Perry. And remember, as the storm starts to work its way in, a lot of the rain is going to be on the east side of the eye wall, so we could be dealing with some significant flooding. We've got high wind warnings in effect. We've got flash flood warnings in effect. We've got a lot going on and a lot to keep track of. Taking a look across social media, taking a look across different sources, we've got an 80-mile-per-hour gust in Horseshoe Beach. That's not far from us here. The National Hurricane Center with their 10 o'clock advisory just a minute ago saying the eye wall of extremely dangerous Category 4 Helene is beginning to move ashore in the Florida coast, and that's what we just saw here on Doppler radar. Taking a look at our radar here at the Tallahassee International Airport. I mean, there's Perry, Taylor County, Liberty County. We are not far at all. All right, Jefferson County, I should say coastal Jefferson County. We are not far at all from landfall here. And again, the worst of the weather is going to be within this region here. So for those of us in Tallahassee thinking, hey, it's east of us, we'll be fine. That's it, you know. That's not the situation at all. We're going to be very close to this eye wall here. So that's where a lot of the strongest winds are. If we pop over to velocity, you can just see what it looks like within there, wind speed wise. You see those bright colors, and that really indicates what's going on. Peter's got to look at the wall with a look at power outages, like we were just mentioning. A lot of people in Florida without power, right, Peter?
Yes, that is correct. We have almost 700,000 people now without power in the state of Florida. In Leon County, just over almost 5,000 people without power right now. That's almost 4%. So Tallahassee hasn't really gotten hit with those big winds yet, but it is something that we do expect to start happening. As Ryan mentioned, the National Hurricane Center saying that the eye wall is now moving onshore. And something else that we've kind of been noticing is that if you look here, so the thick yellow part here kind of shows where the eye wall is, where those strongest winds are. Again, the strongest winds are going to be in the northeast side of the storm, but still hurricane force winds, maybe even close to major hurricane force, in the northwest eye wall as well. And you can kind of see that it's starting to expand in that direction. So the eye wall is starting to potentially grow a little bit. Again, we're not totally sure on this. This is just looking at some of the data that we are seeing. And so the odds are increasing that even though it was moving to the northeast a little bit, has some eastward motion to it, the Tallahassee is going to see part of that western eye wall. So that's going to be a really dangerous situation for us. Again, we are not in the extreme wind warning as of right now. We are still just to the west of it. The eastern skirts of Tallahassee may be within that warning region. But right now, we are not, but that just means that 115 mile per hour sustained winds is the threshold for the extreme wind warning from the National Weather Service. So being so close to that edge right there means that we could see sustained winds in excess of 100 miles per hour, which is still extremely dangerous. The areas to the east, again, in Taylor County and in coastal Jefferson County near Perry, that is where you're going to see the strongest winds. and we do still have that the storm surge coming in. So the water level, this is in Cedar Key. This is one of the locations where we expect to see the most storm surge coming in. Right here is where we're looking at Cedar Key. And looking at this plotting data, as I said earlier, it's shooting up. This is the forecast line here is what we would expect to see without any storm. And so already yesterday you were starting to see some higher levels than what you might expect, and that's really going up now. So right now the expected value would be just 2.5 feet roughly, and the water levels right now are at 9.6 feet. So this is almost 7 feet of storm surge in Cedar Key right now, and that level is going to continue to rise. And so that is one of the main threats that we're looking at right now. Really along this entire coast is where you're going to see some of that storm surge that's going to be really severe, and that is the most imminent threat along with the wind. And so that's why you need to hunker down right now. Make sure you're in a safe place within your home or shelter and stay there for as long as you need to feel safe. And the all clears will be given tomorrow when the storm has passed. Even after the hurricane force winds have passed, you might be tempted to go outside and start looking at damage when it's just down to tropical storm force winds maybe. But don't do that tomorrow morning, because those tropical storm force winds, because of all of the wind shifts that we're going to experience throughout the night, all of the water, there's still a chance that branches are going to come down. Trees could still come down, even with those weaker tropical storm force winds. Just a random gust here or there can cause some of that damage. So make sure that you're still safe indoors tomorrow when the tropical storm force winds are still being experienced here. And again, tomorrow it's going to be probably a pretty nasty scene across the Big Bend region. So when you're looking at trying to start cleaning up, just be very careful and aware of the situation. And as you can see, this eye wall is starting to move inland. We expect the center of the eye, which is when that hits land, that is what we consider landfall. We expect that within the next hour and a half. So we'll continue to bring you live coverage as long as we still have power. Power is going to start going out across more of the Big Bend region over the next couple of half hour probably. But as long as we have it, we will still be here, and we're going to continue to answer questions. So we're going to toss it over back to Priscilla and Daniela.
Yes, thank you, Peter. So taking a look at some more of our questions, we did have a question about lightning strikes in Tallahassee. I haven't seen any recorded currently. A lot of the lightning strikes are concentrated around the eye. I did see about 5,000, over 5,000 lightning strikes. So definitely very, very dangerous situation. Couldn't continue to intensify, but we are very close to land. And as Peter pointed out earlier, when we have lightning strikes close to the eye, that can definitely strengthen and intensify the system of the hurricane. We did have some questions about people's apartments, first floor, top floor. What can we expect? Top floor, you run the risk with high winds. As you increase from distance from the ground, winds tend to be faster, so that is something to look out for as well. You could experience potential leaks in your roof and experience water that way. So there could be potential for water damage, potential for roof shingles to be blown away, and depending if you have any trees on your top floor, they could potentially impact your windows. Versus first floor is a little different. You're a little bit closer to the ground, and so there's not as much wind at the surface as there is higher up in the atmosphere. However, when you're closer to the ground, you do run that risk with flooding, especially if you are like walking right up to your door. Hopefully you've got sandbags. If not, there is potential that water could enter your home. So hopefully you've got those sandbags. That's generally what I see as the biggest risk, as well as downed trees potentially impacting your windows as well.
Another question we had come in was asking, will the EOAS building have any structural damage after the storm has passed? A good question. We actually feel pretty safe in this building. If we do have any damage, it would be very minimal, I believe. It's a brand new building built within the last couple of years. It's up to code, brick building, and I believe all our windows are suited for high winds as well, because we do have a 6-7 story building. So they're supposed to withstand high winds. So I really don't think we will see structural damage specifically to EOAS, but that doesn't mean other older buildings on campus or those that are more rundown won't see damage.
Yeah, and to keep things a little lighthearted, we did have a question about is it okay to swim? Unfortunately, the answer is no. You never know how deep floodwaters can be, and especially you don't know what's in them. There could be snakes, there could be alligators, there could be dangerous debris that could injure you or your feet, your body, your legs. And also, something to note is that when you have floodwaters, if power lines enter into that floodwater, you also run the risk of electrocuting yourself. So be safe, turn around, don't drown, don't go out in your kayak or your paddleboard or your good old body. It's not safe, and you are very much in danger if you choose to do so.
So another question was asking, since it seems to be moving eastward, what kind of conditions can we expect from the left wall of the eye? So it's a great question. It's kind of complicated right now, because of course we do anticipate it making landfall east of Tallahassee, which means Tallahassee does not expect to get the northeast quadrant of the storm, which is considered the strongest, most powerful part of the storm. However, there is the chance for it to wobble slightly west or due north, which would make parts of Tallahassee closer to the western parts of the eye wall. And there, yes, it's not as strong, but it is still, because it's a Category 4 hurricane, a moderately strong Category 4 hurricane, we can still see destructive winds. And for sure, again, about the lightning that was previously mentioned, a lot of this lightning, thousands of strikes are seen on the northwest quadrant of the storm, which is where Tallahassee and Jefferson County, Wakulla County are located. So still, yes, we are going to be more east of landfall, but we still are expecting pretty bad conditions here.
Yes. Next question was regarding Coffee County in Alabama. I'm gathering some information on that right now, and they are experiencing some hurricane-related conditions. Currently, we're just seeing mostly lots of rain, some potential for wind. I'm going to take a closer look at that. We've got some gusts nearing about 35 miles an hour, and sustained winds are nearing roughly about 20 miles an hour. So definitely not as intense as closer to the coast, and by the time the storm moves more inland, hopefully things will weaken and reduce the impacts to Coffee County. If you have any family there, we hope they stay safe and they're already hunkered down and in their safe place. If you have any more questions, again, feel free to leave them in the chat. We're seeing potential for landfall within the next hour, I would say, and things will continue to ramp up here in Tallahassee, on campus as well. We will keep streaming as long as we are able to get you the information that you deserve. Again, make sure to stay safe. This is a very dangerous situation that we have on our hands, and catastrophic effects are anticipated. Another thing I want to point out is with night storms like this, they're a little bit more dangerous just because of the fact that you can't see much, and also tornadoes and whatnot could happen while people are sleeping. So make sure you have your alerts turned on. If you have a weather radio, make sure you have access to that and that's on. Keep flashlights nearby, as your power may go in and out or completely off. So just stay weather aware throughout the night as Helene passes through land, and hopefully we will be able to stay safe and stay weather aware as Helene passes through.
seem to be getting power flickered real quick in the studio right now. Not quite
Things are
sure
getting
what
serious.
that was. But hearing some noises in the studio, guys, we're unfamiliar with.
Maybe we've been awake too long.
You know, it's been a long day, guys. To keep it a little lighthearted here, it's been a long day for us.
Oh, question about big windows. If you live in a place or you're currently sheltering in a place with big windows, definitely stay as far away from them as you can. Again, windows run the risk of being impacted by debris, and that is not a safe situation at all, especially with the force of the winds. If your window breaks, the force of the winds will rush into your home, and you could be hit by glass, you could be hit by other debris from trees, branches, whatnot. So definitely stay as far away from windows as you can. As we've been saying throughout the night, treat this like a tornado warning. You want to get to the most center place of your home. Definitely safest bet is in a bathtub with a mattress over your head. I know for some people that might not be as feasible. Generally, a bathroom is a good idea. A center interior room with no windows is your safest bet. Again, we can expect very strong winds here in the Big Bend, and I want you guys to all take that as seriously as possible. This is really unprecedented, and personally, I can't even imagine what 120, 30, 140 miles per hour wind looks like.
Well, especially here in the Big Bend. I mean, I will say for those watching who don't know me, I am born and raised here in Tallahassee. The Big Bend is all I know. This is my life. And we've never seen anything like this. And our region is not necessarily prepared for situations like this, just because we don't necessarily experience them. And plus the topography of our region, we're very flat. We have shallow bays. We have, that are prone to storm surge. One of the most prone to storm surge on the planet even. And so like storms like this never really come, but now we're seeing they are happening, and we can see the effects, and it's detrimental, truthfully. And it does hit, a little differently, being from here and, knowing the local community so well, and knowing so many local businesses, so many local people here who have been here for generations, never experienced something like this. So the aftermath will really be destructive. Someone did ask a question about information on a buoy out in the Gulf. I actually found information on station 42036 that as asked from West Tampa. As of about, say 20 minutes ago, they had a wind gust at about 50 and a half knots. So that's roughly about 58 miles an hour. And wind speeds of 36.9 knots as well. Wave height at 17.7 feet, so we have very high seas, of course, very fitting for tropical storm hurricane-like conditions. So yeah, I mean, that's kind of the information we got down for that right now, if you wanted to know.
Yeah, we had another question about how long should we wait after the storm passes to go outside, check on our homes if you evacuated. This answer kind of depends a little bit on where you evacuated, how far you went. If you went to a shelter, you're probably still located in town. You can probably get to your home a little bit faster after the storm passes. However, if you evacuated a little bit further away from the area, it will be a little bit harder to get back to check on your home. So something to think about is travel times and travel conditions, especially if you're driving in. Something I mentioned earlier about I-10 and the other interstates, I-75, potentially even I-95. Don't forget, this storm is very large, and it spans about 430 miles, which is very, very big, all the way to the Atlantic coast. So there could be even damage and debris on I-95 as well as the Florida Turnpike. There could be damage and debris on those roadways for as long as the next several days, and that could prevent you from making the return to Tallahassee. But generally, I'd say as long as flooding is down, that's probably your best bet of when it's safe to go check on your home. As long as there's no floodwaters and you will not be driving through water, I'd say that's your best chance to go out and check on things. And as long as the tropical storm force winds continue to decrease and are low enough, I'd say probably about 10 miles an hour, you're safe to go out and check on your home. But mostly, personally, I'm concerned about the effects for flash flooding, especially in the city. We know urban areas tend to hold on to that water a lot more, and that will contribute to conditions being very poor here, especially overnight. But definitely wait until tomorrow, maybe even the day after, if you're able to, and again, consult local authorities, FSU alerts. Once you get the all clear, definitely listen to those authorities. And I think now we're going to pass it back over to Ryan at the wall for another look at radar and general conditions regarding Helene.
Yeah, wind speeds are starting to pick up quite a bit. Take a look behind me. We've got 40 miles per hour in Perry, 22 Tallahassee, 28 Apalachicola, 18 over in Thomasville, 18 in Valdosta. So those are like the sustained winds. Let's take a look at wind gusts for area. 43 miles per hour in Tallahassee. We've got reports of 50 to 63 mile per hour gusts in Perry. I just saw one come across of 55. Lake City, 44. So we talked about how this pink is getting closer and closer, making landfall. Now it's starting to. So the strongest winds of Helene are just starting to make its way on shore. We did find out just a bit ago, hurricane hunters are in Helene taking a look at it, and they say the south eye wall is open. So that is important to know, because when a storm is really strong and a storm is really intense, it's pulling together tightly. And so if Helene is starting to open up, that means the storm at least is a little bit starting to weaken, or at least deal with that land interaction. We're seeing reports of wind and rain in Perry, and it looks to me like this landfall-wise is going to be very close, if not in Taylor County, and so we could be dealing with a similar situation to Idalia. Just a little over a year later, the same community of Perry, as they start to rebuild and get their lives back on track after Idalia, are now dealing with Helene and the impacts from it. And unfortunately, it seems like they're not able to catch a break as over in Perry. That I did just see unconfirmed report of an emergency manager that the death toll in Florida is now at 3 people. Unconfirmed report, but that's what I've seen so far. It looks like we're very close to landfall here. I mean, it's the eye wall is right in here, the strongest part of the wind and rain, and there's the yellows, the reds, and the center of the storm, the eye right here, is a mere matter of miles from making landfall here. I mean, we can take just kind of the corner of the eye and drag it out, and that's actually going to be our 3D radar. But it actually does help a little bit, because we can see how high these cloud tops are going. We're talking about 50,000 feet or so. But I do want to go ahead and drag out the how far this is from Perry. I mean, we're talking 10 miles. So landfall here is going to be in the next hour, if not less. I mean, this storm is booking it along. We take a look at the most recent advisory from the National Hurricane Center. I mean, this storm is barreling towards the coast at 24 miles per hour with winds of 140 miles per hour. We'll have another update here from the National Hurricane Center in probably about a little less than 40 minutes. And so with that update, it probably will be about the time that we see landfall, around 11 o'clock, maybe a little bit more or less, give or take. But if we take a look at that satellite, I mean, you can see it's just almost on the coastline. So we're going to be talking about landfall here in the next little bit. Pressure down to 939 millibars. My ears did pop a little bit earlier, almost like taking off in an airplane, right? And because of the pressure difference, we say about 1,010 millibars on a normal day. And if we're getting down to about 939 millibars, that is just, you know, it shows a pressure difference. And remember, a hurricane's in the area of low pressure. So with that said, we're dealing with, you know, these strong conditions. Let's take a look outside Okalochnee right now. Not a lot to see on the camera. You can kind of see how the wind and the rain are causing that effect on the camera. And really not sure, these cameras might be down even, they might have lost power, but this is over at Wakulla High School. Taking a look at Alligator Point, you can see, so there's some trees along here, and you can see how the wind, I mean, it's still image, but you can see how the wind and the rain are whipping on this camera here at Alligator Point, just humming along. And again, wind speeds around the area, you know, we're talking that most of the winds are starting to come on shore. I want to keep an eye on Perry as the purples make their way, you know, further and further in where the strongest winds are going to be. And as well, we're talking wind gusts that are going to be, you know, exceeding 100 miles per hour. Taking a look at the 24-hour rainfall, this is what we've seen already. We've seen 1 3/4 inch. Apalachicola, 8.5 inches. Perry, 1.45 inches. Cross City, and we're going to see more and more rain, especially in this eastern part of the area, start to work its way in. So like right in this eastern part is where we're going to see more and more rainfall. If we can, I'm going to go ahead and pull up the rain still to come graphic, and we can get an idea of just how much rain we're talking in the next little bit of time. We're still going to be looking at almost 3 inches here in Tallahassee, almost 2 inches in Valdosta, 2.83 inches in Albany. So plenty of rain still on its way. But again, taking a look at the wind speed or the wind gust speeds across the area, they're starting to peak their way up, right? We're starting to see more and more power outages. We're starting to see, especially in the Big Bend, more power outages, 63 miles per hour in Perry, 43 in Tallahassee, 46 over in Jacksonville, and then upper 20s into the 30s, 58 mile per hour gust over in Apalachicola. So the power outages are starting to pile up, especially as we work our way into the Big Bend. And I'll throw it over to Peter. He's got more on the power outages.
Yeah, so the power outages right now are starting to pick up, as Ryan said, in the Big Bend area. In Taylor and Dixie counties especially, you're seeing a lot, over 50% of customers are without power. And that's going to continue as Helene moves further inland, especially as those very strong winds in the northeast eye wall move inland in that region. Leon County right now, only a little over 8,000 people are without power, so that number has been ticking up. We do expect it to continue to tick upward. As earlier we did have a brief power, flash here in the studio. So as the winds pick up, as the rain continues, we do expect those power outages to spread further inland and to increase in just how many people are without power. I took a peek outside a couple minutes ago, just looking out the window, and not going outside just to see what it looks like. And the rain is coming down really hard, and the wind is driving it. And you can see that Tallahassee is still only in like the yellow area of the rainfall. And so all of these red colors are where the strongest rain is going to be. And Helene is moving somewhat, it feels painfully slowly, even though it's moving at over 20 miles per hour to the north-northeast on radar. It feels like it's just taking forever to make landfall. And so that rain is going to continue, the strong winds are going to continue, and so if you do start to experience those,
I'm like the
just
most
hunker
relaxed
down.
I've ever
It's
been on
probably going to feel like an eternity, but you just need to make sure that you're safe for as long as you're experiencing those high winds and that rain. You do see some of these red bands, they're swirling around. This is part of, the inner eye wall is the outer bands do sort of come out of that. So sometimes the hurricanes do start to shed their eye wall a little bit. And so parts of it start to skew out. And so some of these sort of outreaches of the eye wall are going to start hitting Tallahassee pretty soon, actually. As it moves further north, you're going to have these parts rotate around and probably hit Tallahassee. And so we do expect still to get some severe wind here in Tallahassee. Obviously, areas further east, like Perry, for example, is probably experiencing some really catastrophic wind right now. The other thing that's catastrophic is the storm surge, which unfortunately we don't have any storm surge measurement locations, any tide measurement locations in this part of the coast, which is where the eye wall of Helene is starting to move inland right now. If we did, we would be able to see exactly how much storm surge is ongoing, but we did know that the forecast was 20 feet of storm surge, so up to 20 feet of storm surge, and that is catastrophic storm surge if that is actually occurring, which we have to assume that it is until we hear otherwise, because we need to always, think in terms of the worst case scenario. So 20 feet of storm surge is possible in this region along the coast. At Cedar Key, which is the closest location, we do have the number has continued to tick up. We have over 8 feet of storm surge right now in Cedar Key. It was close to 7 feet just a couple minutes ago when I was last talking to you about this. So the storm surge is going to continue to increase, and the power outages will also continue as we move closer to landfall within the next hour or so. And taking one more look at radar, and then also the satellite imagery, you can see all that lightning that was ongoing around the eye. One thing you'll notice that I'll just point out is that on these satellite images, it looks like the eye is right here, but if you'll notice that across its entire trajectory, the ring of lightning is further to the west. So that's just because of where the satellite is located. There's a little bit of an angle to it, so the actual center of low pressure and where the eye is a little bit offset. So looking on satellite, you would think that the eye is further east than it actually is. So looking at radar is where we get that more precise indication of where the eye is located. The eye wall is continuing to move overland. Parts of Taylor County look like they're starting to maybe move into the eye itself. Again, we're getting very close to landfall. What I will say is that landfall only happens when the center point of the eye actually hits land. So that could still take a little bit of time before we get to that point, depending on what trajectory the hurricane takes. If it wobbles north, then we could still be waiting a decent while before landfall happens. But if it has a more northeasterly course, then landfall will occur sooner. And once landfall occurs, that is when we will expect weakening to begin in earnest. But again, it's a very strong hurricane right now, 140 mile per hour winds. The 939 millibar central pressure is exceptionally strong. 140 mile an hour winds are not going to weaken as quickly as you would like them to. So again, the areas that are currently under an extreme wind warning, you need to make sure that you are getting inside and staying safe. I'm just getting news from the other people here in the studio that there was a transformer that we heard blow outside. So that's, again, this is sort of a dangerous situation. That things like that are starting to happen as the wind comes and as trees and branches get knocked down. So again, we cannot emphasize this enough. Stay safe, stay indoors in your safe space, in your house, or wherever you're sheltering, as long as this hurricane is ongoing. And as I said, the extreme wind warning seems to not be showing up on this graphic right now, but again, it's areas to the east of Tallahassee, and that is where you would expect hurricane force winds in excess of 115 miles per hour. That is Category 3 force winds and sustained winds, to emphasize. The wind gusts will be even higher than that. And so in Tallahassee, I would say that we can expect probably some wind gusts getting close to the 115 mile per hour, maybe even higher. And that is extremely dangerous winds to be experiencing. And so that's something that we have to look out for and make sure that you are, again, safe interior of your homes. If there are trees near your home, try and get as close to the interior of your home as possible, because if any of these trees come down and hit the outside of your house, you want to try and be in a position where they are not going to hit you. That is one of the biggest risks with these storms. So again, just updating the power outages from when I first started talking to now, another 34,000 people have lost power. So this is going to continue, this number will continue to grow. Will probably be in excess of 1 million within the next hour or so as storm surge continues, as Helene continues to move inland, and those winds continue to spread. This isn't even looking at Georgia. I would expect that there are some power outages beginning there as well because of all of the rain bands that they're getting. So this is continuously a dangerous situation, so make sure that you are staying safe, and if whatever ways you have of getting weather information, if your power does go out, make sure that you have those available. Again, Hurricane Helene is nearing landfall within the next hour or so. We should get another update from the National Hurricane Center within the next half hour. We do have, again, those aircraft reconnaissance in there. So this is the kind of data and graphs that we look at when we're, thanks to Tropical Tidbits, started by one of the alums here of FSU a couple of years ago, has a bunch of great data. So this is all of the data that the hurricane hunters are collecting, and they're really staying very close to the eye right now, trying to collect as much data up to the minute as possible. So again, stay safe, stay inside, and we'll continue to be here until our power goes out. You know, there are transformers blowing nearby, so we're not sure how much longer that'll be. But now I'm going to hand it over to Matt and Daniela.
Yeah, so as we start looking at some of the questions you guys had, I want to reaffirm the fact that do not go outside. Even if someone is like, I want to see pictures of it, do not go outside. It can even be dangerous to take pictures from inside. Please make sure you are sheltered at this point and you are in your safe space. Pictures are not worth your safety and harm to yourself. So please make sure you are safe at this point. Do not worry about pictures. When it is clear and safe, you can go take pictures of the damage later. Please not take pictures at this point. Make sure you are inside and safe at this point.
There is a comment question made. It looks like the conditions in East Tallahassee will be worse than west of downtown. That can be a possibility, yes. The extreme wind warnings do go extending to the far eastern portions of Leon County, like Cherish Crossroads, possibly Centerville Road area. We're talking out East Highway 90 right before Monticello. A lot of those places are going to see a lot of higher chances of those extreme winds, which is why they're under an extreme wind warning. Even though we are farther west on Highway 90 right now, that's where EOAS is located, we can still expect some damaging winds right now. Gusts probably towards 100 miles an hour is very possible. And now we're looking right now near Perry, weather stem camera trying to come in. You can see lots of rain zooming past and indicating very high winds in Perry right now as the eye wall is approaching coastal Taylor County right now. Let's see. Yeah, so again, landfall is expected to happen very soon. Power outages are continuously updating minute by minute right now. Actually, almost about 75% of Gilchrist County, which is right next to Dixie County, is without power. Lafayette County, Dixie County, Levy County, and Taylor County are the largest with the outages right now, and the total is up at 788,000 people. Leon County right now has 8,200 people without power. That is expected to rise very shortly, and have tens of thousands without power is expected.
Yeah, for those of you who have lost power or maybe have not, if you've lost power, make sure that you're taking the precautions to stay safe, whether it's turning on your flashlights and using them, but make sure you're in a safe area. And if you do have power, make sure that you're using this chance to charge up electronics if you haven't already before you lose power. This is the time to make sure you have all the things you need for when the power goes out, that you were ready to go, because it's not right now a matter of if the power goes out, it's a matter of when, because of the size of the storm, the damage that we believe it's going to bring. So make sure you have all the electronics charged, you have everything you need if you do have power, and if you don't, sit tight and make sure that you're staying safe at this point. Don't take unnecessary risk. Don't try anything. Just stay safe in your shelter. Please make sure that you are not outside. I know some of you have said you want to look outside. Please stay inside at this time. You can look through a window at this time, but please make sure that you're not standing by a window. Make sure you are far away. You do not want to be near a window in case it cracks or gets blasted open, because you just get hit with other debris and there's so many other problems. And so please make sure you are staying safe at this point. You're taking time to make sure that you are safe and the others around you are safe as well. It is important to make sure that others around you are safe too, because we want everyone to be safe. We want as little as damage as possible, and as little as loss of life as possible. So,
yeah, and we're also getting reports in. We're watching a lot of different radar loops right now. It seems like the eye wall is coming onshore right around Keaton Beach and Steinhatchee, and that is the news. I mean, obviously, any landfall within this area is bad news, but specifically for Keaton Beach and Steinhatchee because of their impacts from Debbie just in August, even as a Cat 1 hurricane, brought a lot of devastating impacts to them. And even Idalia, just 13 months ago, as a Category 3, had impacted Steinhatchee, Horseshoe Beach, and Keaton Beach as well in Taylor County. And this is devastating for Taylor County right now. Really hoping that most of the people there got out. There actually was a statement made by, I believe, the sheriff earlier today, and I hope that not a lot of people stayed, but from the Taylor County Sheriff, a very eerie message he sent out saying, if you or some you know chose not to evacuate tonight or today before the storm hits, please write your name, date of birth, and important information on your arm or leg and permanent markers so you can be identified because you were not expected to survive this storm. It's a lot of hard words to take, but it is the truth. This is an extremely deadly storm, not only from the storm surge, but from the extreme wind threat and the fact that, Taylor County, a lot of homes are not structurally sound in this area, truthfully, and it's just not safe. So it's a very life-threatening situation in general, but specifically even in coastal and inland Taylor County as well.
yeah, I think there's a lot of gravity to the situation. It's a very serious situation for these counties. There's these rural counties that are really up against the coast, and then a lot of forest in these areas. So there will be a lot of devastation. For these areas, so please make sure if you are even near those counties that you have taken shelter at this point, because it is coming for you, and those storms, those winds, those rain are coming, and so you need to make sure that you are safe at this point from those. And our thoughts are hopefully that most of the people in that county, hopefully all, have either evacuated safely or in a good shelter area that'll protect them from a lot of these elements, a lot of these bad weather just conditions. And so we really hope for those areas that you are safe at this point. And for the counties surrounding them, please make sure that you are safe and you are in a safely sheltered area, or that you have evacuated at this point, because there is no way to move at this point. You need to be in a shelter and make sure that you are safe at this point.
Yep, and even the aftermath of the storm, we as a community in the Big Bend and Florida Panhandle need to really come together as a community specifically for Taylor County. I can only imagine how much of Taylor County truthfully will be left after this, especially after devastating impact after devastating impact. They've had hardly any time or a break to fully recover, and they're really going to need our help and assistance from many different places.
Yeah, we have a reported pressure of 938 millibars for the storm, and I think some people don't understand what a difference in the pressure means. And the pressure is it just means there's a very low pressure compared to what it normally is. A normal pressure at sea level is 113 pascals pretty much. So that's a big difference. You can feel it, and as we talked about, our ears have popped a little bit because of the pressure difference. So you need to make sure as a storm continues to move onshore, the pressure will start increasing again. But it just shows you how strong this storm is and how organized it is for the pressure to be that low. As the eye wall continues to move ashore here at this point, as it starts making its way, we assume that very shortly, within hopefully the next half hour, the eye will start moving onshore, which will prevent it for the most part from developing any further, and it will start to weaken. But we are saying that those counties that are in that path, that you make sure you are sheltered at this point, and that you have taken the necessary precautions. Even here in Tallahassee, you need to make sure you're taking the necessary precautions, as there will be a lot of devastation, and some things may be very badly damaged beyond recognition. And so you need to be aware of that. Make sure that you have taken you are safe at this point, and that is what matters. And we're gonna turn over to Ryan on the wall to show us what it looks like on radar right now.
Yeah, it feels like it was yesterday, but it was a year ago that we were sitting here watching a major hurricane go towards Perry. And now we're here again watching a major hurricane make landfall near Perry. It's really something that, we've seen stories about the people in Perry recovering. We've seen stories about, them rebuilding their lives, their businesses, and, we can sit here and say, oh, it avoided the major metropolitan area, and it did. The center of the storm avoided Tallahassee, and it avoided Tampa, it avoided Orlando. But people still live there, and people are being affected, and their livelihoods are being affected. So, just because not impacting Tallahassee does not mean, okay, that's it, we're done, right? The people of Perry have been through a lot in the last year. They've had Debbie, they've had Idalia, and now they have Helene. It's something that's like, it's something you can't really fathom if you're, just these people a year ago were, dealing with the same exact thing. And now, a year later, they think they have their lives rebuilt. They think, or they're starting to get their lives rebuilt, and they're dealing with the same situation. Taking a look at winds within this storm, and I'm going to drag it way, way down, and we can get some ideas of what it's like very close to Perry, because, we've got, we're getting really, really close to Perry. It's, just a matter of time before we experience landfall. And we're also hearing reports of power going out around campus, or at least, friends that are either hearing of power flickering on and off, or power being around. And then, the winds are just coming in now 113 miles per hour. And these are all radar estimates. We can go ahead and pull up what the gusts look like. We had this up a little bit ago. Right now, 66 mile per hour gust. That's been the highest reported gust so far. 52 mile per hour gusts in Lake City. We're up to about 50 mile per hour winds in Tallahassee. So for those of you that are saying, oh, Tallahassee's not in the eye, we're not going to get any impacts, 50 miles per hour wind. Imagine you hopping on the highway, driving at about 50 miles per hour. That's the force of these wind gusts. And then when we take a look at what's sustained, we're dealing with 30 mile per hour sustained with winds up to 50 intermittent. So again, just a lot to deal with. We've still got plenty of rain still to come for these areas that are dealing with so much rain and wind. I mean, it's 2.7 inches still to go in Tallahassee, 1.97 in Valdosta, Jacksonville, Lake City. All these areas seeing plenty of rainfall, or at least areas that are still going to be dealing with rain in the next little bit. And also hearing, from Central Florida, about 67 mile per hour was top gust at the Orlando International Airport. Wind speeds within the 50, 60 mile per hour range. We've got 8.5 inches so far in Apalachicola, 1.75 inches in Tallahassee, 1.35 in Cross City, and we're just going to see more and more rain just work its way into this area here, this region here. Going to see more rain as Helene bears down. We're a matter of, I would say, it's going to be within the hour, and I feel like we've been saying that for a little bit, but it is truly almost landfall. Taking a look at radar, actually, I noticed something a little interesting is that the eye wall is nearing Tallahassee. We're very, very close to having the eye wall move through. I would say even east portions of Tallahassee dealing with some of this near Woodville. It's starting to get close to you. Wakissa is getting close to you. Monticello getting close to you. But as we deal with the eye wall moving through St. Mark's, you guys are starting to deal with this. Let's see if I can pull up our St. Mark's camera, and we can at least see if the lighthouse, we should be able to see part of the lighthouse around. So again, just trying to give you guys as much information as we can, but landfall is going to be here soon. It's going to be in Taylor County near Perry, and landfall coming very soon. New advisory just got issued. Let's see if we can get the information on that up as well. More reports of transformers exploding. Trying to see what else we've got in way of news to pass along to you guys. Just trying to keep you guys informed as well. Oh, that was a new advisory on Isaac, so it wasn't part of Helene. I don't think I'm going to be able to get the St. Mark's camera up, but Peter, maybe you can try to get that pulled up for us. Take a look around the state and see what's going on.
Yeah, so I won't be able to get the St. Mark's lighthouse view, but this is somewhere, this is on I-10 in, I believe, Jefferson County. So this is just the county just east of Tallahassee on I-10. You can see the camera blowing around here. You can, I don't know how well you can see it on back home, but you can see that there's a lot of driving rain coming through, and this branch was down when I looked at it a couple minutes ago. We have another branch that has fallen onto the roadway at this point. So this is exactly what we were talking about, these branches and these trees that are going to start coming down onto the major roadways and are going to make it difficult for emergency response to get into the areas that do lose power. 830,000 people now without power in the state of Florida. Over 80% now without power in Dixie, close to the same number in Gilchrist, and over 10,000 people are now without power in Leon. As we mentioned earlier, we didn't hear transformers blow, but we are hearing them buzzing to our north, so there is that potential for transformers to start going out, and so as we move further to closer to landfall, we do expect, again, more power outages are going to occur. Just hearing that National Weather Service in Jacksonville has lost power. So again, that's all the way on the other side of the state. If you look at radar here, well, this is the Tallahassee radar, but if we maybe shift over to this view, Jacksonville's all the way over here, and they just lost power. So there's areas really throughout the state. Even if you aren't getting the worst of this weather, you could still lose power and be in a bad situation. So as landfall nears, we do expect those power outages to continue and to spread. We've been getting some really heavy rain here in Tallahassee. As you can see over here, a little bit of a red band that started to develop. That's kind of what I was talking about with those bands starting to peel off of the eye wall. The hurricane hunters are still in there. They're going to be in there up until the moment of landfall. We mentioned earlier that the eye wall was open in the south, so that was a sign maybe of weakening. It is now back to being closed. So as the storm develops and evolves, it's going to go through phases like this, and so it is still potentially a strengthening storm as we speak, which is a sobering thought, but it could continue to strengthen as it makes its way towards landfall. The northeast eye wall, it has started to make landfall already in Taylor County, and that is where the strongest winds are. So we do kind of expect that those winds are going to start to weaken regardless of any continued drop in central pressure that we do see. But again, the entire eye is going to see very severe wind, and so if you are in the path of this storm, again, get to the most interior part of your home and the safest part of your home. If you don't have a location that you feel safe in, if all of your rooms have windows or something, another safe place to be is in your bathtub with a mattress over your head. That is one of the best ways to provide some cushion in case there is a building collapse over you. The tub helps prevent you from being crushed from the sides, and the mattress provides a very good cushion above you. So that is worst case scenario, but if you're feeling uncomfortable and the wind is really picking up and you think that there's danger to your life, that is the best way to help keep yourself safe. Again, we are still talking about the storm surge. I'm going to check the Cedar Key values right now. This is the area closest to where we would expect the highest storm surge. Water levels, this is 11.3 feet above mean low water, so that's very high above what you would normally expect at low tide, and that is almost 9 feet of storm surge, about 8.5 feet of storm surge in Cedar Key right now, and we do expect that those values are going to come in much higher in the areas to the north. St. Mark's is one of those areas, could see up to 15 feet of storm surge, so that would be water pushing well inland, almost into Leon County, is something that we had been thinking about seeing potentially with this storm. So as it moves closer to landfall, these conditions are going to continue to spread further inland. Again, very strong system at the moment. I'm going to check the Hurricane Center. They have still not put out the next update. We are now getting flashes of power on the streets that are very close to on the outer sides of campus. So if you're on campus in Tallahassee, you'll know these. Tennessee and Stadium Drive, we're starting to see power flashes. So that power is going to keep going out, and these impacts are going to spread. Over 13,000 people now without power in Leon County. A third of people in Wakulla County are without power. You can see just this red area in the Big Bend is continuing to spread. 875,000 people without power. I would expect that we exceed 1 million by the time Helene makes landfall, because as those winds continue to spread further inland, even if you haven't lost power yet and you think, oh, this storm is getting pretty bad, here in Tallahassee we're getting a lot of heavy rain. You might think, oh, well, once we make it through this, we'll be fine. But the heaviest winds probably haven't made its way through yet. So, and actually we're looking now at Doak Campbell Stadium, where you can see all of that rain and the wind that we're seeing. And that is Doak Campbell Stadium is on Stadium Drive, right? So that is where we are seeing those power flashes. And again, even if you think you've had some bad stuff so far, this western eye wall right here is still in line to potentially hit, especially the eastern side of Tallahassee. It's hard to tell. These storms take wobbles, especially once they start moving inland. It's really hard to predict what they're going to do because of the friction that they have with the land surface. So it could wobble even a little bit to the west, because we do expect this storm to eventually turn north and then northwest as it moves deeper into the country. So we might start to see wobbles in the other direction, in which case we would have a greater threat of seeing some of those very strong 100-mile-an-hour plus winds and wind gusts here in Tallahassee. So again, this is a very dangerous situation, and we're going to keep watching, and as long as we have power, we're going to keep talking to you and stay on air. Landfall is getting close, so the National Hurricane Center is likely going to put out their update within the next couple of minutes. Still hasn't come in yet. So they'll update the intensity and also the motion, and we'll likely have landfall shortly thereafter. So now I'm going to pass it over to Matt and Daniela for some more question and answer.
Yeah, so right now we really don't have a lot of questions at the moment, but we are getting reports of people saying they are, getting the power flashes where they are watching right now. Even losing Wi-Fi. Again, like previously said, there were reports that the National Weather Service in Jacksonville has lost power as well, even well 200 miles away from Helene right now. But yeah, so we can continue to see power outages in Tallahassee to keep going, decreasing. Right now we're at 13,500. We're even looking at current wind gusts right now. We have 76 miles per hour sustained in Perry right now, 47 in Tallahassee, 52 in Apalachicola, in 52 as well in Lake City. So these winds are going to continue to increase as the eye wall makes landfall into Taylor County. Again, this is going to be something very destructive. The winds are going to continue to decrease, and we're going to even see gusts much higher than the sustained winds that we're going to see. Category 4, again, we're going to see around 140-mile-an-hour sustained winds and gusts potentially higher. And because of the large wind field of the storm, these strong winds are going to expand well beyond the center, and tropical storm force winds even farther than that. We even saw that today with winds expanding over 300 miles from the center of the storm.
Yeah, as we just continue to wait to see what that 11 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center says, we're just going to continue to be here with you as long as we can. We just continue to put emphasis on your safety and the safety of others. Please do not take a risk. Please continue to stay inside, be sheltered. At this point, there is no point in going outside. There is no reason to do anything. Please stay in your sheltered homes. As this eye and eyewall continue to move on, on the land here, you're going to start seeing these winds really start picking up. You're going to start really seeing the trees outside start swaying. You're going to start seeing them just continue to bend back and forth. So be aware of that you will probably start seeing very soon trees will start snapping and falling, or branches will start getting, so the debris will start piling up. So be aware of that. Be aware that you need to have a backup plan in case something happens and your shelter becomes compromised. It is important to have a backup plan in case something happens. In those scenarios, we have a backup plan here in case something happens. But we also just encourage you to remain in your shelter at this point, but to have a backup plan and be considering what that looks like. You can just see that the storm has a ton of wind. You're already seeing 76 miles per hour sustained in Perry, and we expect that to rise as the strongest winds come onshore very shortly. And we continue to see the rain outside. We can hear it outside. I took a look outside just a little while ago, and you could see the wind swirling the rain back and forth. So we just continue to ask that you stay inside at this point. It is not safe to go outside. So please continue to be inside, remain calm in the situation. Even though it is scary and there is a lot of things happening, please remain calm at this time and stay inside. That is the most important thing. Stay away from the windows at this point, as it will start getting really nasty. It looks like
we got the 11 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center. Pretty much no changes to the forecast. We pretty much are seeing what is going to happen right now. Hurricane Helene very close to making landfall in the Florida Big Bend. Coastal Taylor County is what it's looking like on radar. Of course, it's accompanied by catastrophic storm surge. We had values estimated up to 15 to 20 feet in the places that would make landfall, especially in coastal Taylor County, and that is very devastating storm surge. That's 2 stories of water. If you live in a 2-story home, imagine all of that, and that is the level of water you are dealing with, and that you can't survive that. That's why the sheriff even made that remark. If you didn't get out of here, you might as well mark our personal information, because the chances of you surviving are minimal.
Yeah, and that storm surge doesn't even factor high and low tide into it. Right. For those areas that are facing high tide, like Cedar Key, the tide is going to be much higher than 20 feet. The storm surge is going to come much farther in and is going to be much higher than 20 feet because of high tide. So while that is just a storm surge, you got to factor in the tide coming in and just the water level. So for those areas, please be aware that storm surge will be a massive problem for those areas, and even inland. We expect these winds to be strong and to be pulling that storm surge very far inland. So be aware for even some areas just south of Tallahassee near Wakulla, you need to be aware that storm surge could become a problem even for those inland areas, as the wind will bring a lot of that storm surge farther in, which can create further problems for those areas. So please be aware of that. Make sure that you are focusing your efforts to stay safe and being calm at this time. As this storm continues to track north, a little northeast here, but it continues to track on. Sorry. But it continues to track. We heard a little sound, so yeah.
It sounded like a transformer.
It might have been another transformer, yeah. So we will continue to be with you as long as we can, but as the storm continues to come onshore, the strength of the winds and rain here will get more fierce, which could cause us to lose power, but we will be here as long as we can. And continue to send those questions if you have any into the chat, as we will try to be here as long as we can. But we're going to send it over to Ryan to look at radar real quick, as the eye looks like it's starting to try to make its way onshore.
Yeah, so we just got the 11 o'clock update from the National Hurricane Center, and they basically said the eye is very, very close to making landfall. Somewhere in Taylor County is where it's going to be. Here's Perry. We've got St. Mark's here, Waukesha here. This ball here is the Tallahassee International Airport, so just kind of to put everything in perspective for you, we're going to be dealing with landfall in Perry in just a few minutes. I guess not good news, but once you kind of get through it, it's not as bad on the backside, but we are still going to be dealing with this eye wall coming through. making its way very, very close to us here in Tallahassee. So if this storm heads just a little more west, we'll be dealing with direct eye wall, where some of the strongest winds are going to be part of this storm. But if this storm stays a little bit more east, we're not going to be dealing with this. But take a look at just how bright these colors are, right? So the brighter the color, the more intense the the wind is, and the direction of the wind. So the brighter the reds, the more intense the wind is. So let me turn off that tornado watch real quick, and then we'll be able to get wind speed off of that. So 103 miles per hour near Perry, 136 miles per hour. Now this is granted also up in elevation just a little bit, so this is not wind speed that we're dealing with right on the ground. We do have stations reporting back data on that. So let's take a look at the current sustained winds across much of the Big Bend area. 36 miles per hour in Jacksonville, Perry 49 miles per hour, but we did just see a gust in Perry up to about 76 miles per hour. That's been the biggest gust so far. So the eye is getting closer and closer, making landfall here. I think we'll start to see the wind values peak before they start to come down just a little bit. And look at Francine on satellite, and we can see off of satellite data just how close the center of circulation is, or where that blue zone is of making landfall. So we've got Dowling Park here, we got Lake City, Perry's going to be right about here, Horseshoe Beach, I did just see a report out of them. I think they lost some power as well. So we're not far at all for dealing with this. Did just see new tornado warning came up in Columbia County here in Florida. It's going to be closer to Jacksonville. So let's take the radar. It's going to be a confirmed tornado. So someone did report it. We're switching over to the Jacksonville radar site. That's why the data appears blank. But let me read off what the Weather Service said. Actually, I forgot. Jacksonville radar lost power. The National Weather Service in Jacksonville doesn't have power. So let's flip it back to what we have here in Tallahassee. Let me turn off the radar in Jacksonville real quick. It's trying to automatically pull. We've also lost the Valdosta radar. Looks like the Valdosta radar has lost power as well. So this is off the radar in Tallahassee. So we're shooting it pretty high into the atmosphere. We'd definitely rather use the Jacksonville or Valdosta radar because it's closer. But we're going to be talking about Lake City, just north of Lake City. Let me see what, apparently this is a confirmed tornado. So let's see. We've got a confirmed tornado near Belmont, or 7 miles northeast of White Springs. It's going to be moving at about 30 miles per hour. Emergency management confirmed a tornado, and it'll be near Belmont around 11:10 p.m. Let's go ahead and put the track on it for you. I'll switch over to velocity mode, see if we can see the couplet in there, and then see what's going on within the storm. It's also trying to pull Jacksonville, so hold on for just a second while I turn that off. But again, if you live near Lake City, White Springs, you want to be taking your tornado precautions because at some point in time, someone was able to confirm this tornado. That's off the Tallahassee radar. We're just looking so far out that it's kind of hard to see off of radar. That makes it very difficult. So at least someone was able to observe this tornado and get the warning out, because the National Weather Service in Jacksonville, and apparently Valdosta as well, does not have power at the current moment. We can put on the computer simulated rain or rotation tracker, but we're really not able to see too much without the radar data. So again, just switching back to our radar here in Tallahassee, I'm just going to pick a spot near the rotation and off the warning going about 30 miles per hour. So again, Belmont near 11:10, you want to be taking your tornado precautions right now, because at 11:04, just about 3 minutes ago, there was a tornado reported on the ground. That's why it's showing up pink in our computer system, and that's why you want to be taking your tornado precautions. I believe it's moving at about 30 miles per hour, so not quite that quick, but Long Branch in the next, it would be probably quicker in 20 minutes, but in the next 20 minutes or so, you want to be taking your tornado precautions for sure. Let's go ahead and, it doesn't matter if the wind is rotating or not. The wind can do damage no matter if it's rotating or straight line. So near Lake City, we did have a gust of up to about 58 miles per hour. And again, just trying to get more word in on this confirmed tornado warning. Power is out in Perry as the eye wall starts to push in. It's making landfall here very, very quickly. In the All Saints neighborhood of Tallahassee, we're seeing wind and rain starting to pick up. We're starting to see that here as well. We stepped out for a second, and the wind is definitely starting to pick up. If we look at our radar, we can see that we're just getting closer and closer to kind of the outer edge of the eye wall is starting to make its way into Tallahassee, and that's going to be here in the next little bit of time. And again, taking a look at radar estimated wind speed. So what the National Weather Service did was they tried to bring the velocity data as compact as possible just to get the best readings we can in the Tallahassee metro area. So that's why you don't really see it as far out. Like normally we could be able to see it near Lake State, but this is what we're going to be looking at here within the Tallahassee metro area. It looks like it's starting to backfill a little bit. I think the radar is starting to have a little bit of issues. I'm almost concerned that maybe the airport radar is starting to lose power. So that might be something we're dealing with as well, and that might be why our computer system's having a little bit of a rough time with it. Let me see if we switch back to reflectivity if it fills in. Haven't gotten a report yet of it losing power, but definitely would not surprise me as we've already lost the Jacksonville Valdosta radar because of power outages. The eye wall is going through Perry right now, and again, you know, very, very heartbreaking and damaging to see. It looks like the center of the eye is going to be moving in very, very soon to Perry. So again, we've got Perry right about here, Mayo's right about here. So just, you know, landfall is going to be here in the next little bit of time. Priscilla, you have more on what the radar looks like and on wind speed as well.
Yes, thank you, Ryan. So taking a look a little bit closer, we've got our radar. Obviously, Helene is making landfall. We have been slightly spared so far in Tallahassee. I do believe we're about the only radar active working. Jacksonville, power's out. Valdosta, radar's down. Frankly, I do not know how we have been so lucky this far. Let's take a quick look at power outages. Right now we're seeing nearing 900,000 customers without power. We're about almost entirely out in Dixie County, Lafayette, Gilchrist, and Levi. Looking closer, Jefferson, not too bad. Leon, it's definitely getting up there, and our coastal Wakulla and Franklin counties are also doing pretty rough. But let's just take a look around the National Weather Service and see what more information we can get. Something I do want to note, I guess, while I'm here, we do have another tropical cyclone forming in the Atlantic. We also have Isaac, which formed earlier today, I believe, a tropical storm. But I do believe it is intended to make its way eastward towards Portugal. So here in the continental U.S., we're pretty clear on that. But this next tropical cyclone, we're not quite sure where it might end up yet. So just something to be aware of. But let's stay in the moment for now. Let's see if we can take a look at some winds. Let's see. So surface observations are looking pretty extreme here in the Big Bend. We're seeing some wind gusts and sustained winds around 79 miles an hour, which is definitely quite a lot currently right now. Temps are pretty moderate, but mostly we're concerned about that wind and that storm surge. let's see if I can get a little bit more. And as Helene makes its way overland, something we're going to be shifting to as long as we continue coverage is looking at the effects in Georgia. We do expect Helene to stay stagnant as well. And I do believe we have an extreme wind warning in Georgia as well. So still very dangerous, potential category even 3, maybe still 4 winds up there. And Helene will stall generally around the northern Georgia, Tennessee portions within the next day or so. And it's going to bring lots of water and flooding to the area. So definitely something to keep in mind, especially in those more mountainous regions near the Appalachian Mountains. Something that's to note is landslides. All that rain all at once, it makes it hard for the water to soak into the soil, and then we'll get those landslides, mudslides. Definitely very dangerous. If you're up there, make sure you have plans in place. Let your family know. Keep people informed. Stay weather aware. Start making a plan. If you're up there, you still have time to prepare, but time is closing in as well. So your preparations, definitely try to rush them to completion. But yeah, let's keep going. Let's take a little look at this extreme wind warning. So basically, we have these extreme hurricane winds now, sustained winds of over 115 miles per hour or greater. And we hope you're currently in a well-built structure and you're sheltering in place as well. Now let's see about these winds. Again, manufactured homes are at the biggest risk for hurricanes and strong wind events. They're generally are more susceptible to structural damages, especially for roofs, and it could take a while for debris to be cleared or even to be free of that debris. You know, honestly, this whole situation's a little bit overwhelming. There's a lot going on here. Every so often we peek out in the windows here at EOAS, and things are definitely starting to ramp up, and we're probably going to start to feel a little bit more of the eye wall as the next 20, 30 minutes continue on. Things are going to be pretty rough, but luckily the eye has shifted, and they're feeling that more so in Perry. So definitely Franklin County is feeling that, Taylor County, and it's going to continue to move in towards Valdosta. We're going to toss it over to Matthew, I believe.
Yeah,
at the desk.
So we've had reports actually come in that we have seen about 100 miles per hour gusts in Allegheny Point and 80 mile per hour sustained winds in, I believe it was
County High School.
So there have been a lot of strong winds that are starting to pick up, and as we look outside just a couple minutes ago, it is really starting to get windy outside. You can really start seeing the trees getting swayed back and forth, getting it snapped a little bit. You can really start to see it pick up. So at this point, please be advised that it is very dangerous at this point to be outside. You need to be in your shelter. If you weren't already, you need to be. It is not a good time to be outside. And there's just a lot going on as this storm's going to start moving. These winds are going to pick up, and it's going to start getting really, really nasty outside. Even though it already was, it's going to get worse.
Yeah, so we are getting reports transformers exploding in Lake City right now. And like we previously said, winds are starting to pick up here in Tallahassee. We can hear it outside EOAS right now. Even seeing some of the trees swaying currently right now. And we can just expect it to get worse for a little bit as time moves forward, as Helene continues to move northeast. into South Georgia, and that will be the next threat. So the downside of having Helene as a fast-moving storm, yes, she won't linger here for long and dump a bunch of rain, but the weakening process will be a little slower, and as it accelerates farther north, more people are going to see a widespread wind damage. And we also just got breaking reports, another transformer blew just outside of EOAS. We still thankfully have power right now. And we'll keep going on air until we lose power. We're not stopping right now. But let's pan it back over to Ryan with any updates.
Yeah, just saw this video from a Florida 511 traffic camera and wanted to show it to you here on air. So this is I-10 near mile markers 303. This is going to be near Lake City, okay? And let's put it through time together. Let's watch that power flash. That's going to be from the tornado that was just confirmed a little bit ago. So again, that's not lightning that you see light up your screen. We can watch it one more time. Right about there, that's the power flash from what likely was a tornado. The National Weather Service in Jacksonville will have to go through and survey, but again, that appears to be the agreement that that was from power flash likely from the tornado. Matthew and Daniela?
Yeah, something to just be aware of at this point with having lost power for NWS in Jacksonville and Valdosta is that without both their radars, it does make it harder at times to see things further to the east with more certainty because we can only, the Tallahassee radar can only see so far with good certainty. So for those in that tornado who have seen our radar where it's green and yellow, please be advised that may not be totally accurate at this point because of the fact that it's so far away and we have a confirmed tornado at this point. And as Ryan already showed, there is some real evidence there that there is a tornado that has touched down at that point. So please be taking shelter if you're near Lake City in that area or the areas that it's starting to move to the north. That this is a time to take shelter. I've also gotten news that apparently in Central Florida, Winter Park, the city of Winter Park has lost power. So a lot of cities that aren't even in the Big Bend are starting to lose power. As we've heard reports in Tampa, there's been a loss of power, as well as now in Central Florida near Orlando, they are losing power as well. So make sure that you understand what your preparations are, what you're going to do if you lose power, even if you're not in the Big Bend, as some areas will lose power that maybe aren't totally prepared because they didn't think they were going to get all of Helene. And so make sure you have those preparations in place. And if you are right now in the way of Helene, make sure that you are ready because things are going on. Transformers are blowing and buzzing and the power may be going out soon. So make sure you are prepared in that moment for what's going to happen as we will do our best to stay with you as long as we can while we have power ourselves. Even though areas around us are starting to lose power, we still have it luckily. So we will continue to give you coverage at this point of what we can find. As we do know, the winds outside are starting to speed up as it is getting stronger outside. Based on what we can see from some of the windows, we've been able to see the trees really starting to just go back and forth. You can see the rain just really changing directions because of the speed of the wind. So it is something to keep in mind as we look at some of the questions that some of you guys may have posed.
So I believe we may have an update of official landfall by the National Hurricane Center. Do we want to pan that over to anyone? Or no? Okay, we'll talk about it. So officially now the eye wall has crossed over inland into coastal Taylor County. Now inland Taylor County officially making landfall as a Category 4 storm. And with that, again, we're going to have more power outages, the threat for tornadoes, and of course the high winds. We're going to start ramping up here in Tallahassee. We even have a possible reported gust at Alligator Point of about 100 miles an hour. Right now, sustained winds at 50. And now let's pan it over to Ryan.
Yeah, so you mentioned landfall. We do have confirmation of landfall. Just a couple minutes ago at 11:20, so about 2 minutes ago, Hurricane Helene made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane with 140 mile per hour winds, 10 miles southwest of Perry. So right about here is where it made landfall. Just about 11:20 tonight with a 938 millibar pressure. So Category 4 hurricane has made landfall in Perry. We're still seeing this radar, you know, the eye wall is coming close to Tallahassee. We're still dealing with wind, rain, flooding, storm surge. But for now, Hurricane Helene has made landfall in 10 miles southwest of Perry outside the Big Bend. So again, just want to keep an eye on that and give you guys the most up-to-date information that we have. Daniela?
Thank you. Yeah, so also we have a question coming in. How do you see Helene affecting the upstate of South Carolina? So both North Carolina and South Carolina can see the threat of possible severe weather tornadoes, even especially as those outer bands are approaching rapidly. And on top of that, there is a significant flooding threat for the Carolinas, North Georgia, and the Tennessee Valley, as when Helene will accelerate northward through Georgia, the outer bands are going to continue staying far east and north as well, and we will see a lot of that rain begin to stall around the Tennessee Valley and the Carolinas, and that's going to cause a huge issue for significant flooding, landslides, et cetera. So yes, there is going to be a lot of issues there as well, possibly even tropical storm force winds as well. I believe tropical storm warnings are in effect for all of the state of Georgia, all of South Carolina, and I believe all, if not portions of North Carolina as well. So again, the downside to this storm, it's a powerful storm, it's a fast-moving storm, which is good for us at landfall, but for those well inland for us, the weakening process is going to be slower because of how fast it's moving. So a lot more people far north of us are going to experience tropical storm conditions.
Yeah, I've already seen some pictures from the Carolinas right now where they were receiving rain early today. So on top of the rain they're going to receive, they're receiving quite a bit of rainfall right now. So that's just going to compound the rain they're going to have, which will probably turn into some flash floods in some areas, which will contribute to some damage from trees falling, as well as maybe even some landslides on the more mountainous and elevated areas. As we do know that this will probably stall out in the Tennessee area somewhere. We do know that it will probably drop a good amount of rain in those areas as well, and they could see some flash floods from the amount of rainfall that they're going to see. So if you are to the north of us, please be aware that the rain will be coming at some point, and you need to be aware of what type of rain you're going to be dealing with and the consequences that come with a lot of rainfall, the flash floods. You need to be able to be prepared for that at this point. Please be making your own preparations at this point. Especially in Georgia, as it will start approaching you very, very soon. And so right now, you still have some time to make preparations before you need to lock it down and stay in shelter. And for those of us here, please stay in shelter at this point. It's not time to make any more preparations. You need to be in shelter at this point and staying in whatever shelter or place that you're in.
I would also like to note, viewing the radar right now from my phone, again, we've noted earlier, Valdosta's radar is out and has been out for quite some time, and which makes it harder for other areas like Jacksonville when they don't have power either to view tornado warnings and such. And another issue is that it seems to be that Valdosta will receive the northeast quadrant of the eye wall of Helene. And again, this accelerating storm, it's not going to weaken as fast as it would a more stalling hurricane. So Valdosta is set to get extreme winds, I believe. Valdosta, along with many other South Georgia counties, are under an extreme wind warning where they are anticipating winds in excess of 115 miles an hour sustained, of course, gusts much more. So people in Valdosta, it's time to hunker down very soon, if you're not already. And again, this is something people in this area need to treat as a tornado. Most interior room of your house, away from windows, mattress over your head, or anything that can cushion you, and head down and just bunker down until it passes. Hopefully it will be fast because it is moving about 25 miles an hour. So. Which is fast for a hurricane. I know that doesn't seem very fast, but for in this circumstance, it is.
And for those extreme wind advisory areas, please be aware that even with that wind, you could have the chance of an isolated tornado with those high winds. So please treat it like a tornado. Get somewhere safe, get somewhere inward with no windows, or find the most inward part of the house or whatever building you're staying in, and please stay there for safety for yourself and for others. And just make sure to take cover at this point, as the storm will be moving closer to you and will start bringing its effects with you, as it will take quite some time for it to truly weaken a lot. And so as we're going to start panning it over to Peter to see the power outages that have occurred as more have started to occur.
Yes, that is correct. We are continuing to see more power outages. 973,000 people now without power in the state of Florida. In Taylor County, nearly the entire county is without power right now. That is where Helene has made landfall, so that's what you would expect with these extreme winds. So Taylor County, only 178 customers remaining in the county with power. Here in Leon County, we have just over 26,000 people without power now. That's about 20% outage for the county. And in Wakulla County, almost the entire county, 79% currently without power as well. And those numbers are going to keep going up as the storm moves inland. You know, it's made landfall now, but areas further inland are still going to see their conditions worsen. The hurricane is going to start weakening from here on out. But as we've been mentioning the whole night, its very quick forward speed means those hurricane force winds are going to penetrate very far inland, especially compared to what you would normally expect. Areas well into Georgia, almost into central Georgia, are going to see hurricane force winds, which is unprecedented, really. Here in Leon County, I'm not totally sure if this radar is continuing to update, but it looks like it is actually. So the Tallahassee radar is still up and operating as of right now, which is sort of miraculous. But as you can see in this yellow area right here, it seems that Tallahassee, unless Helene takes an unexpected wobble to the west, probably isn't going to end up within the eye wall. But we're still going to see some very strong winds from this. The strongest winds are in the eye wall, but you don't have to be in the eye wall to see hurricane force winds. And that is what we can expect over the next couple of hours, probably hour or two, as Helene moves further north. After that point, hurricane force winds probably die down. Those gusts start to die down, but tropical storm force winds are still something that we're going to be dealing with well into the night. Here, looking at the cone from the National Hurricane Center, you can see that the little brown area in here is where the hurricane force winds are. So that's not a super large area. It might not look like it. It's very big for a hurricane. But this area of this yellow-orange area is where all the tropical storm force winds are. And it is going to take a while for areas in the Big Bend region to be out of the tropical storm force winds. Still tropical storm force winds possible as far south as Charlotte County and Lake Okeechobee. Palm Beach County still potentially seeing tropical storm force winds. And even as it moves further north, you're going to start to see those winds in South Carolina and further into Georgia as well. So this is still a big developing story for people throughout the Southeast. It has made landfall now, and so the worst conditions probably are going to start to subside right along the coast of the Florida Big Bend. But as it moves further inland, you are going to see even worse conditions. This is the Cedar Key water level measurement that we've been watching for the whole night. It's now up to almost 12 feet above the low water mark. So that is just over 9 feet of storm surge. Again, we expect the totals to be much worse in Perry and elsewhere in Taylor County when we go in there afterwards. The National Weather Service will do their analysis and see what the storm surge actually was, see where the watermarks are and what the damage looks like, and determine how bad the storm surge was in those areas, because as we said, it could be up to 20 feet of storm surge in those areas. Again, looking at the infrared satellite imagery, you can see that it's moving inland now, but still a lot of strong winds and some rain out in the Gulf, and that is going to be moving inland as it moves further north, and a very large expanse of rain and wind that is going to be moving into the southeast. And that is going to be a big story for a lot of people over in the overnight hours, because this is going to impact so many people as it moves close to Atlanta. Atlanta is going to see some impacts from this thing, possibly very strong impacts from this thing, tropical storm force winds from Helene. So as it moves further north, again, it is going to start weakening relatively quickly, but in time-wise, but because it's moving so fast, it's not going to weaken very quickly space-wise. So it's going to take a long time for those hurricane force winds to wind down. Thankfully, it's not going to strengthen any further. 140 mile per hour is the official peak of this thing. Category 4 hurricane making landfall in the Big Bend region of Florida. Second year in a row that we've seen a major hurricane make landfall in the Big Bend. Just want to take one quick look at the traffic cams before tossing it back. Some of the traffic cams, these are on I-10 east of Tallahassee. Some of them have been rotated to point at some of the road signs. Debris on roadway at mile marker 216, right lane blocked. Over here on this screen, I was showing you this earlier, you could see that there were some branches down on the left-hand side of the screen. but now the lights overhead on the interstate have gone out. So we're losing power throughout the Big Bend region. I'll update this, see if there's been an update. None yet so far, but we do expect that those power outages are going to continue. We're going to keep going until we lose power. We might end up taking a break here pretty soon just to give us all a little bit of a chance to reset now that landfall has occurred. But we are going to keep going for at least a little while longer and keep you updated as this storm moves further inland. And now I'm going to toss it back over to Matt and Daniela.
Peter. So yeah, we got a couple of questions actually. There were some posts circling around social media about a possible fire or explosion downtown near the Strip. And we're not quite sure. There's not really anything to confirm. We're seeing that things are okay, but we're also seeing pictures aren't. If we get more information out confirming the status of that, we will be sure to let you know. Someone asked where we are broadcasting from. We are broadcasting from the Earth, Ocean, and Atmospheric Sciences building here at FSU in Tallahassee. A very sturdy building, brand new. It was recently built, so we're fairly safe in here and not really worried about our safety too much. So, and thankfully we miraculously still have power. So, and we're going to keep going. If we do lose power, I mean, hopefully we won't, but you know, in the case that we do, then that's when we would stop. But
yeah, hopefully we can stay with you all night. But yeah, we are gonna probably at some point gonna have to take a quick break to just give ourselves some time to refresh, as it's been a lot of coverage. But we have seen some pictures from US 98 of some overturned campers. So remember, there are very strong gusts of winds. There's even very strong winds in general. And so be aware that they can flip things over, even something such as a camper or a semi-truck. These winds are extremely strong and can flip things and cause serious damage. So please be aware of that. Please do not go outside if your car or anything gets flipped into your yard. Please wait until the storm has subsided, which will hopefully be by midday tomorrow. It will be safe to go outside and do some assessing of damage, but please do not go outside at this time. Even if you hear some noise, please stay inside, but do have a backup plan in case, you know, the waters start rising or the place you were staying becomes compromised. Please have a backup plan, but we urge you all to continue to be safe and continue to take your safety as the #1 priority, as that is what we are doing here at FSU Weather, is making sure your safety is paramount, as well as our own safety here. We are trying to keep ourselves safe, and we're trying to keep you safe. And that is why we continue to try to run coverage as much as we can.
so I guess one final thing I will say before we take our break, we will update you on the current wind gusts right now. We have 99 right now in Taylor County. We even seen almost 50 in Jacksonville, 53 in Tallahassee right now, and that will continue. Those values will continue to increase as Helene moves northward tonight. And our final, conclusion on Helene, now that it has officially made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane, it is the 11th named storm since we've done the current Atlantic hurricane naming system to make landfall in the U.S. as a Category 4 or 5 hurricane. So just take that into account how rare that really is. And I mean, we can date back all the way from the late 70s to now, and only 11 storms total, including Helene, have made landfall as a Category 4 or 5 in the United States. So with that, just really take into consideration here how big of an event this is for the Big Bend region and really Florida and the United States in general. But in the meantime, we will be taking a break. If we have any updates, we will be sure to let you know. But other than that, stay safe and have a great night.
So
Yeah,
at this point, I do not care.
Thank
All right, thank you for, we on, right? Yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching us. We are going to conclude here for the night. Oh, I'm invisible. This is cool. We're going to conclude here for the night tonight. As you can see, as it, Helene has pushed to the north here as it's approaching Valdosta, as the eye is just south of it and the eye wall is hitting it. And out here, we're getting some outer bands here in Tallahassee, but for the most part, it's going to calm down for a little bit. We've been very fortunate here in Tallahassee. We've been extremely lucky with how the track has played out, as we did not get as much significant weather as we expected it. There's still going to be some damage, don't get me wrong, but we have been extremely lucky tonight. But we are going to sign off. So from all of us here at FSU Weather, I just want to wish you guys a good night and have a great day tomorrow. And please be safe when you go back outside. There's still going to be damage. There's still going to be some destruction. So please be careful and just have a great weekend. Please reach out to those and have those in Perry and Madison County as well as Taylor County in your thoughts as they are struggling. So have a great night, folks.